We're ready.
Great, thanks so much. I'm going to call the public hearing of July 12th to order. This meeting is being convened by electronic means. And for councillors participating by electronic means, please ensure your video is turned on and let the clerk know if you leave the meeting for purposes of confirming quorum, and we'll be monitoring that throughout the meeting, and I'll just do reminders as we go through. Because you must enable your video is enabled to confirm quorum, and a council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for that portion of the meeting. If council members attending by electronic means lose connection during any portion of the hearing, we'll recess the meeting until the connection is restored. Just so the public know, they can view the proceedings via the live stream and YouTube link, which will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk on Twitter. So as we acknowledge we're in the unceded traditional homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all who live here as we work hard to become a true city of reconciliation. And thanks to staff right across the city who do such an amazing job. Thanks so much. Clerk, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova. Okay. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson is absent until 7:30 this evening for personal reasons. Councillor Hardwick is on medical leave. Councillor Wiebe.
Here, present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Present.
And I see Councillor Fry. The meeting, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Great, thanks so much, Clerk. And I note that there's 6 councillors plus myself currently. Oh, there's Councillor DeGenova. Great, video on. We're good to go. We're going to move with the first item here, or first have some announcements. The public may participate by speaking over the phone, submitting written comments, or speaking in person. Speakers have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should also state whether they support or oppose the recommendations. Folks may only speak once, and be good if you followed along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates so you don't miss your turn. Council is committed to ensuring that all people who participate in the public hearings are treated fairly and respectfully. So the language we all use in public hearings should reflect respect for all residents, and no form of discrimination will be accepted or tolerated. Discriminatory language includes attacks on groups of people and individuals. Vancouver procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, speech, or gestures that express a negative view of the character of any of the persons or groups of people. Members of the public are expected to not engage in improper conduct, which includes the use of expressions that promote hatred or are defamatory. The creation of a safe and inclusive environment for the public, staff, and council to participate is all of our responsibility. Members of council may call a point of order if language is used during a meeting that is not respectful, and I'll try to ask speakers to modify their speech and ensure they use respectful language. Just respecting all genders, remind council that when addressing speakers and staff will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by their first, last name, role, or title. This is a quasi-judicial body, which means council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, we can approve the application, refuse the application, or refer the application to staff for further consideration. And if we don't adjourn this public hearing, we will reconvene on Friday, July 22nd at 6 p.m. here in council. I'm going to start with item number 1, which is the miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD1 bylaws. Just ask anybody who wants to declare a conflict of interest, please do so now, and we'll have the clerk read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to make miscellaneous amendments to CD1 816 at 1110 West 4th Avenue, CD1 642 at 2133 Nanton Avenue, CD1 473 at East Fraserlands, Non-High Street, and CD1 276 at 401041 Southwest Marine Drive, in order to improve clarity, update references, correct inadvertent errors or omissions, and/or improve the administration of the bylaws. No correspondence has been received on this application since referral to public hearing.
Thank you, clerks. I am going to check with the clerks now. We do have one registered speaker, Jeff Chang. Just wondering if he is available to speak to this item in the chambers or on the line, clerks.
I'm just checking, Mayor Stewart, and the speaker is not in the chamber, and it would
Okay.
appear also not on the line.
Okay, I am just reminding folks that it's 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445, pound, and that number's Twitter and on the live stream. We only had one registered speaker that doesn't seem to be here. We only, Nicholas Danford is here from to present the application. There is only one slide, so we can probably waive that. And as there are no applicant, I'll just go right to questions. Are there any questions for staff? I'll just open the queue up there. Don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to call for the first speaker. Clerks, is there first call for speakers? Jeff Chang, did he make it in or on the line?
Still not on the line.
Okay, so we'll make a second call then more broadly. 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445, pound. Clerks, anybody there?
No one in the chamber and no one on the line.
Great. So this is the third call. We will take a 5-minute break. It is 6:08. We'll come back at 6:13 to finish this item. Thanks, Council. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
And I'm just waiting for a message here.
No problem.
No one on the line.
Great. I think we've got everybody back up. Great. Okay, council, so there are no additional speakers. Just wondering if there's any questions to staff. I don't see anybody, so maybe.
Move the recommendations, Councillor Carr.
Thanks, seconder. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. We're on the main queue. Does anybody wish to debate this? If not, we can call the vote. I'll try an oral vote first, and if it's unanimous, we're good. All in favor, yay.
Yay. Yay.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Great. So clerks, can we record that as unanimous, please? Thank you very much. We're moving to the next item, which is item 2 was withdrawn. So we're on item number 3, which is the CD1 rezoning of 901 West Broadway. While you're thinking if there's a conflict here, I'm just going to check on the speakers. We have 2 speakers registered for this item, clerk. So I'm just wondering if we have speaker number 1, Gwendol Castellan, or speaker number 2, Lauren Gavriloff, on the phone or in the chambers.
Sorry, my microphone was having a trouble there.
Okay.
We do not have anybody in the chamber, and we
Okay.
just sent out the notice a few moments ago, but
Okay.
we have been tweeting, and we have no one on the line yet.
Okay, so let's read this application and summary of correspondence, and I'll just see. Well, I'll check again with you in a second. Just a reminder, it's 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445 #. Clerks, please go ahead and read the application.
This is an application by Zildler Architecture to rezone 901 West Broadway from C3A Commercial District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 12-story building with 147 hotel units and ground floor commercial space. A building height of 40.5 meters and an FSR of 7.95 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 2 pieces of correspondence in support, 1 piece of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Okay, we have Teen Fan here, a senior rezoning planner, to speak the application, but I am going to check with the clerks. Do we have public here at all, either in chambers or on the line? Either of the 2 registered speakers.
Yes, we do have speaker number 2 waiting on the line.
Great, thanks. So I'll get Teen Fan to go through the presentation, please.
Hello, my name is Alison Smith. I'm rezoning planner, and I'll be presenting this item tonight. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This rezoning application for 901 West Broadway is being considered under the Metro Core Jobs and Economy Land Use Plan and the interim hotel policy. The site is located at the northwest corner of Broadway and Laurel Street. It is zoned C3A and contains a 2-story commercial building. The neighboring properties range in heights and uses. We have low-rise residential buildings to the north and mixed-use towers along Broadway. 1 block south is the Vancouver General Hospital main campus. Located in the Fairview neighborhood, the nearby area contains numerous services and amenities. Within close proximity are several parks, the seawall, childcare facilities, a community center, and a library. 4 blocks away is the Broadway City Hall Canada Line station. The future Oak VGH transit station will be located directly south, forming a part of the Broadway subway line. A number of policies guide the rezoning for this site. First is the Metro Core Jobs and Economy Land Use Plan. This plan calls for intensification of job space, including the expansion of hotels in the Broadway Uptown Office District. Second, the interim hotel development policy aims to protect and expand hotel spaces across the city, including for the Broadway Uptown area. Finally, this application qualified for in-stream protection under the Broadway interim rezoning planning, which also allowed it, policy, which also allowed it to proceed. While the enabling policy is the Metro Core Plan, the application is also consistent with policy direction from the Broadway Plan, which calls for new commercial development here, subject to view cones and the VGH helicopter flight path requirements. The application was received on December 24th, 2020. The proposal is for a 12-story building with 147 hotel units, at-grade commercial, and 3 spaces of underground parking, three levels of underground parking. The proposed height of 133 feet respects the view cone and VGH helicopter flight path requirements. An FSR of 7.95 is proposed. If approved, this development would generate 275 construction jobs. The proposal provides a number of features that would activate the public realm, including a restaurant and cafe along Broadway and various landscaping and water features along Laurel. The building also offers several amenities, including a lounge and meeting facilities to serve nearby offices, VGH, and downtown. 40 pieces of feedback were received during the open house. Support was expressed for the building height and design, its fit in the neighborhood, and economic benefits associated with hotel uses. Concerns were for height and density, the public realm, and concerns with access to loading and parking. In response, the additional height and density is supported here to ensure hotel space close to VGH and the future Broadway line. In fact, building heights above the proposed 12 stories would typically be considered along Broadway if not impacted by view cones or the flight path. Rezoning conditions require enhanced landscaping and building design to improve the pedestrian experience. Rezoning conditions also require improved access to the parkade to ensure safety for all road users. The application generates $2.5 million in public benefits, including a DCL and a commercial linkage contribution, which would be allocated to the Broadway Plan Public Benefit Strategy. In summary, the proposal meets the MetroCore Plan and the interim hotel policy. Staff recommend approval and are available for questions.
Thanks very much. I see the applicant team doesn't have a presentation, but would you like to speak to this application or just respond to questions?
We'd be glad to just respond to questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I have Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Weave on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead, up to 5 minutes, questions to staff or the applicant.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And to the applicant, I'm very excited to see a new hotel project coming forward, given the shortage of hotel rooms we have in the city. I wonder if you're able at this point to speak to what niche you're looking to serve. Is this going to be sort of mid-range hotel? Is it a limited service? Are you able to kind of fill in a bit of perspective around what the hotel offering is going to be?
We also have a client on the line. They may be able to speak to this point properly, if that's permitted.
Yes, thank you for your question. My name is Al Rumtula. I am the president of the applicant, and what we are proposing to put in terms of the hotel is a non-long-term stay property, a typical standard hotel. We expect to have it branded either as a Hilton or a Marriott or of the like kind of a franchise, and expect it to be in the high 3-4 diamond range.
Okay, so you are going to flag the property.
I'm sorry, I missed that. We are planning to?
So you are going to flag the property, you're branding it.
We are, in fact, we are in negotiations currently, yes.
Okay, and it will be, as you said, the typical non-long stays. It'll be the typical hotel model for short stays for a few days.
That's right. The only time we may have long-term stays is if, families who are having their significant others at PGH for treatment and have, week or two stay, then if that's defined as long-term, then that's what we expect. Otherwise, a typical stay will be, our expectation will be 1 to 3 days.
Okay, and with respect to the interim hotel zoning policy and choosing hotel usage for this particular site, can you give us some context? Because I know oftentimes, especially in the downtown core, the cost of land, it's particularly difficult to develop a standalone hotel now. I know you have commercial and ground floor, but that's your primary use here. Was the interim hotel policy helpful? Were there challenges with the policy? Can you give some perspective around why you chose hotel and whether or not there were any policy challenges to do that?
Well, I'll be very candid, and I'm not overly familiar with the details around the hotel policy. But before we bought the land, we had examined the current zoning. We had looked at the possibilities around upzoning to allow enough square footage to justify the building of a hotel. And we have proceeded on that basis without in-depth analysis of the hotel policy that you allude to or speak to.
Okay, no problem. I appreciate that. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you.
Councillor Weave, up to 5, please.
Yeah, I looked at one of the graphs. It showed the height of the building was limited due to the flight path, as well as it was pulled to the side to allow for sunlight onto Broadway. Can you talk a little bit about how the building was modified to meet those restrictions?
Well, the building height was definitely set by the VGH helicopter flight path. We had a third-party consultant come in and confirm the flight paths. We did speak to the hospital and their operations, and we set the building height at that limit, which also happens to fall beneath the view cone. In shaping the tower, we also decided to pull the tower with the west face as far as away from our neighborhood possible to create a view corridor and as well to provide daylighting through the site.
Okay, thank you. And then follow-up to staff. Recognizing that this property falls within the Broadway Plan's FUCA policy that states for properties can go to 122 meters, which is almost 3 times. Can you speak to how we just voted on allowing this to be at that density, yet the flight path only allows for about a third of that?
Thank you. We have Kevin Spans from Development Planning here.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Weeb. It's Kevin Span, Senior Development Planner for the Metro Core. This project came in ahead of the Broadway Plan. In spite of the Broadway Plan, the flight path, which is governed by NAVCAN and isn't administered by the city, needs to be complied with. We don't have jurisdiction over relaxing that. So while yes, we made accommodations for growth that extend across other areas of the plan not impacted by this flight path, the site in question would need to comply with that, with NAVCAN regulations, until which time NAVCAN determines in consultation with VGH that the flight path could move, which is not, as far as we know, not something being considered.
Okay, so when, I'm just wondering, because if a developer buys land in the FUCA area, which is a small little area, and they see that it can go up to 122 meters, but that is, I'm just wondering why we put that in the plan if it's not able to go up to that density and height.
So again, this project came in before the Broadway Plan. It was considered before the implementation of the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy and before approval of the plan. So the Broadway Plan, other than being a prospective plan and this development fitting in with a potential emerging context, was not a consideration and wouldn't have been a consideration for this application. I can't speak to other developments in the immediate context.
Okay. So other things in the Broadway Plan, like creating amenity space on the corner and others, are not considered because this was prior to that work?
We still, as we do in any kind of urban design approach, we still seek development that contributes positively to the urban fabric. Yeah, I mean, we can still, we still anticipate that all of the things in the Broadway Plan are applicable. It just may be that some sites under the flight path may be encumbered. Maybe. And I'll pass it over to Teen Pham to round out the answer.
Hi, Councillor Weeb, Teen Fan, Senior Rezoning Planner. I might quickly speak to the policy context. I think it's pretty common, as Council is aware, that we have plans that set maximum height limits, and within those maximum height limits, we've built in caveats that say subject to view cones or subject to helicopter flight paths. So anyone who's looking to purchase the site or owns the site would be very clear. They'd be very clear in terms of sort of the maximums with additional caveats. So it's pretty common that we write that into our policies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any more questions from council, so I'm going to move to Councillor Dejanova, did I see you on the question list?
Thanks so much. My screen just froze there, Mayor. Yes, I have a question for the applicant. It's just a follow-up to a question from another councillor. And I was wondering, I understand this application was submitted prior to the Broadway plan approval. I'm wondering if there was an expedited process for that, would that in any way have changed your mind about resubmitting to be more in line with the Broadway plan?
Take that. Sure. Yeah.
Marcus, are you taking that or am I taking that?
If you could, we're still kind of deliberating here.
Yeah, so quite frankly, we are a small developer. We are, the applicant is not a humongous developer. We own 4 hotels across the country, one of them in Vancouver. And, had we known that this would take a life of its own, it's in relative terms, it's been very disappointing and has added hundreds, well, definitely tens of thousands of dollars to our cost. So I'm not too sure whether I'm answering your question, but it certainly wasn't expedited. It's taken us 4 years to get this level. So,
My question was more about my question was more about now that there is a Broadway plan, considering you had the option to reapply under that Broadway plan, is it the time frame and those costs that would be holding you back from doing that? And that's why you're moving forward with this application.
Well, the Broadway plan wouldn't do anything more for us to the best of my knowledge, because we are already maxed out at the square footage pursuant to or by virtue of the fact that we are constrained by the helicopter path and therefore the height. And so I don't think we can do any better under the Broadway plan than we currently, as negotiated with the planners, have been left at. And so we are grateful to be where we are at, and we are maxed out at what we can do given the current constraints.
But what I'm hearing from you is the process has been frustrating and it's added costs. Is that correct?
Significant costs, if I may say so.
Thank you for answering my question. Appreciate it. That's all from me.
Thanks. I don't see any more questions for you, so I'm going to go now to the hearing from the public. Again, the number is 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445#. We have 2 registered speakers. The first speaker is on the list is Gwendol Castellan, speaker number 1.
Hello.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking the time to hear my comments on behalf of Destination Vancouver. My name is Gwendol Castellan. I'm the Manager of Sustainable Destination Development at Destination Vancouver. In short, we recommend Council approve the rezoning of 901 West Broadway to permit the development of a 12-story hotel with 147 rooms and the ground floor commercial space. As you mentioned in your questions, or Council's already mentioned in the questions, since the interim hotel development policy identified the loss of 1,105 rooms in the previous decade up to 2018, we've been closely tracking the state of hotel inventory in the city, and the COVID-19 pandemic has deeply impacted the tourism sector with precipitous drops in visitor volume in 2020 and 2021. And visitor volume is now rebounding as of April 2022 and has been strong, and occupancy levels are returning to near 2019 levels. We've also seen the closure of 9 hotels in the city, which represents 620 rooms during this pandemic period. 3 of those were in the Broadway corridor, representing 262 rooms. This was the Best Western Plus Uptown Hotel, the City Center Motel, and the Park Inn and Suites by Radisson. In the fall of 2019, we asked MNP to build on the 2030 tourism scenario report that we had commissioned and to look at what would be the opportunity cost if we couldn't meet the projected 13.4 million annual visitors that report identified by 2030. The economic analysis from that report showed that the growth of visitor demand would create an opportunity cost reaching $387 million in foregone visitor spending by 2030. It is important for hotel capacity to grow in lockstep with the city and other industries. Beyond just serving leisure visitors, hotels serve as places for business meetings, temporary accommodation in emergencies, accommodation for visitors needing access to Vancouver's major hospitals, and room for major events, trade shows, and conventions. Now, this is critical as we see that in the next few years we have the Alcoholics Anonymous Conference in 2025 with a projection of over 40,000 delegates, tennis's Laver Cup, the Invictus Games, and Vancouver as the host city for the FIFA World Cup in 2026. To this end, we're working with MNP to update our economic analysis of hotel supply and projected demand to account for the impacts of the pandemic and extending the horizon out to 2050 to match with the city's own planning horizons. And we hope to share that with your staff and when that's completed. We're anticipating that we will find that the further losses in inventory during the pandemic have only exacerbated the crunch that we had previously identified in 2019. In summary, the rezoning to enable the addition of these 147 rooms along Broadway is supported by Destination Vancouver. We hope that this context will help you in your deliberations for this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thanks so much. 2 questions. Councillor Carr, up to 5, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Gwendol, for coming to speak to us. Appreciate it very much. You are the guy on this. I wonder if you could tell us what the projections are for how many rooms, hotel rooms, you think that we are going to need. I mean, I know there's the issue about the COVID and the COVID recovery, but there's the loss of the hotels. So do you have a sense of really how many rooms we should be adding in hotels over the next short period of time?
So it's an easy and hard question to answer in the sense that it really is a balancing of a bunch of different things. And if we would say that based on the economic analysis that we commissioned from MNP in 2019, with that projection of an additional 3.4 million additional visitors, to have zero opportunity cost, essentially no gap, the model was up to 5,000 rooms. But that it may not be achievable. And what we really would like to do as we're recasting, we want to really make sure that our visitor volume projections out to 2030 and 2050 are solid and re-examined based on the impacts of the pandemic and global economic changes. So in the previous analysis, we didn't land on a specific number of hotels that are needed, but looked at the economic sort of opportunity for every 100 rooms that we added to the inventory.
Okay, that's good data. If we get 3.5 to 4 million more visitors, which we may with games coming, up to 5,000 rooms. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Councillor Kirby-Young, you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And hi, Gwendolyn. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. So I just wanted to follow up on some of the data from that MNP study. And you had mentioned the shortage of 1,105 hotel rooms when you last commissioned that study, which I think was released in 2019, if I'm correct, with 1,105 rooms. I wonder if you can kind of equate that to jobs. If memory serves, is that approximately 22,000 jobs that we wouldn't have because we have the hotel room shortage?
Yes, that's the way the study was structured, and that was also, I think, when I looked at the report by Hampson in the Employment, Lands and Economy report, they used a sort of a different factor, just because instead of relating it to rooms, they related it to square meters, but it aligned fairly closely.
Okay, and you spoke to sort of the economic impact and loss in terms of the tourism potential now that the industry is thankfully rebounding. I wonder if you can sort of speak to what that really means for what kind of visitor can actually come to Vancouver. So not only do we necessarily have to turn convention groups away or leisure groups, we just don't have enough rooms, but does that mean that the rooms become a lot similar to housing, a lot more expensive with the shortage, and that it's people that have more moderate incomes or Vancouver just simply becomes unaffordable to visit?
Yes and no. I think there's two parts to this. One is being able to adequately meet supply. We certainly don't want to be in a situation where we overbuild, and we're very far from that, where we have an oversupply. But certainly what we've seen in the last sort of decade or 15 years is we tracked the ratings of hotels and within the inventory, and we've seen that there's been a progressive, as new construction has taken place and hotels have come offline due to redevelopment, that most of the hotels that have come offline have been in the 3, 2, and 1 star categories, and new builds, because of the economics of the city, have been more in the 4 and 5 star category. So we're seeing sort of an upward drift in the quality of rooms, and one of the things that we certainly sort of beyond just the volume of rooms question is the question of having a diversity of supply that allows to meet really the diversity of needs for temporary accommodation in the city.
So people like sports groups and others can come. I wonder, can you, folks that may not necessarily be the higher yield traveler, right? So when you want to have people are attending sporting events, family things, customers like that, is that what you're speaking to? So,
yeah, and yield is an interesting question in a sense that sometimes someone might stay in a less expensive hotel, but spend a few extra days, and therefore the spending gets distributed maybe a little bit less per day, but over a longer period of time, and in sort of theoretically deeper within the city, into neighborhoods and the like. So there's an argument that diversity allows for people to engage with the city and its economy in a multitude of different ways, as opposed to having a monoculture of only one class of hotels.
Okay, and then last question for you, and that's really, and if, I don't know if you're able to comment, able to speak to what a shortage of hotel rooms means in terms of impact, with more people wanting to Airbnb, or the impact on hotel stock, notwithstanding measures that Vancouver has in place trying to maintain that housing for locals.
Yeah, if I think you understand your question is, if we're not meeting the supply through hotels, that demand remains, and certainly, we're aware that Airbnb and short-term rentals are part of the supply mix in the city, and if there's continued, I have to say this is speculation, but if there's continued upward pressure on rates, that it might put more pressure on demand for short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I appreciate you speaking to council.
Thanks. That's it for question. Yep, appreciate it. We're going to move to the next speaker, who is Lauren Gavriloff.
Hello, council. Can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Perfect. Thank you. So yes, my name is Lauren Gavriloff. My role is a Strata Council member for the Vancouver Strata Lot VR 1656. We are actually the low-rise residential building immediately north of the proposed development site. So we are the development site's immediate neighbor. Our position is, we wrote as other, which really is neutral. And that's because although we do understand and support economic and infrastructure development in our area. There are a number of pros and cons to this development, and of course we'll support when and if our concerns are addressed. For some background for the council, I've actually had some positive conversations already with the developer. So in November, myself and another strata councillor met with the project manager for this project, Mr. Villani, had a very collaborative discussion regarding the development, and we brought forward concerns from our council, from our owners of our building, and would just like to note that we had a very positive interaction with the developers. They were readily available for conversation, follow-up, and very respectful of our concerns. However, I did want to bring forward our concerns to the City Council as well to make sure that we do our due diligence to have them heard for the city. So the first concern that we have is concerns to our building integrity. We are, as I mentioned, immediately north of the development site, and we did request, well, when we met with Mr. Villani on the 30th of November in 2021, the possibility of pre- and post-inspections on our building to ensure that it is not affected by seismic events, for example, cracking or vibrations from the drilling and digging. So that was one item that we wanted to bring forward today to see if that is something that could be taken into account before the development takes place. The second, which I believe was mentioned when they opened this conversation today, was concerns for the laneway and accessibility. Our laneway, we would share a laneway with this building. We did request a wider, flatter alleyway to minimize damage to our building. We've actually had damage to our building previously with with truck deliveries and congestion in the area and the current hotel guest parking. And many trucks actually for adjacent businesses also park here throughout the day, which increased congestion. You can see this if you review the application board slide 25, where they show the entryway to the parking garage in the laneway. The other two items have been addressed technically by bylaws, but are still relevant. Of course, construction noise. There's an outdoor patio to this development, and ventilation and rooftop fan noise. So we have been assured that these are all going to be within city bylaws and guidelines. However, we'd like the city to be aware, of course, this being a residential building, of the impact of many of us with young families or work from home arrangements. And the fourth and final was shadowing from the proposed hotel on our buildings, shared and private rooftop patios. So it's one of the benefits of living in this area, of course, is being able to enjoy our rooftop patio. However, the shadowing does cause a bit of a negative effect for our owners' enjoyment of these spaces. Again, we have been assured that the construction is within the city bylaws and guidelines, but still want to bring forward as part of some of the things that will negatively impact the neighboring properties. So we do ask for continued positive collaboration from the applicant developers as this moves forward. You know, as your neighbors and the local experts in your community, we continue to hope to work together. And thank you, Council, for your time and consideration of these topics.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so just want to thank you so much for calling in today and expressing your views. I am going to now make the first call for other speakers. Is anybody in the chambers or on the line?
I'm not seeing anybody come towards the podium for this item.
Okay.
And we have a speaker on the line that's a speaker for number 5, but we're not sure if that speaker wishes to speak to this item or not.
Okay, I'll ask if the speaker would like to speak to this item. Otherwise, we'll move on. I don't hear any response, so we'll make a second call then, clerks, or on the line or in the chambers.
No one in the chamber and no one further on the line.
Great, so we're at 6:47 now. We will come back at 6:52 to conclude this item. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes.
is on the line, and I'm not seeing anybody come forward in the chamber.
Great, thanks so much, Clerk. So we're going to close the speakers list and close the receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
We do not. Thank you.
Thanks. Staff have any closing comments?
No closing comments from staff.
Great. I see. I think it's Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue.
It is me. Thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to move the recommendations
Oh,
if not see anybody and speak to it.
Great. Okay, thanks. Yeah, we'll move you over here. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes to speak to it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really happy to see a hotel project coming forward. We usually hear about a loss of hotel rooms coming out of the inventory and very little coming back in due to many reasons. Sometimes it's closures during the pandemic, as we heard, but before that, in sort of pre-COVID times, it was conversions to residential uses and highest best use of the land. Considering the land economics, it's the high cost of running hotels that make building a standalone hotel property often financially unviable. Our hotel policies have been geographically limited before as well, which has contributed. And then we've often seen with the housing pressures to support locals, loss of hotel rooms, such as through acquisition by the federal government for the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative, and that has a significant impact. It was really striking in reading the report that the one speaker had referred to that was released, commissioned by Destination Vancouver and a number of tourism partners, including the convention center, was released in 2019. How staggering the lost economic impact is and the number of jobs. I think it's about $2.6 billion in lost economic impact, and the 287 million he referred to was in direct tax revenue, and tens of thousands of jobs. So it's pretty significant when we're trying to both support housing, but also try to give people opportunities to live in the city and be gainfully employed, and also to have people be able to visit the city and not just have 4- and 5-star hotel offerings, which are often out of reach, just like housing is for a lot of people. When your room rates are getting up to $400 or $500 a night, that's very difficult for people to afford. So I'm very happy to see this project coming in. It makes a lot of sense to start seeing hotel inventory in the Broadway corridor, given the development that's happening there. And I can't really emphasize enough how we need to actually accelerate and enable more hotel projects. I know this is something that the staff are working on. I had looked to bring a motion forward on this. I understood the work is underway. We haven't seen it yet with all of the other demands and the pandemic, but we do need to accelerate that delivery, or Vancouver will increasingly lose a lot of opportunities to support that hotel sector as it's coming back. And we are an attractive place to visit. People do want to come here. They just need somewhere to stay. So for that reason, I'm very happy to support this application. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Weeb, you're up next.
Yeah, I am supportive of the project. I really like the way it has kind of played with the landscape. I think the landscaping vignette and the way they've done biophilic design around the corner and the water feature is really beautiful. The way they've been able to address sunlight, and I think the materiality on the outside and some of the inspirations they did in some of the graphs that the developer put together for council. So really appreciate kind of the form design and that we'll be able to deliver a restaurant and hotel so close to the hospital. So great work on the design, and I'm supportive.
Thanks, Councillor Deschanova. Up to 5.
Thanks so much. Also just wanted to speak briefly in support of this project, and also wanted to, while thanking staff, I understand we have a process that needs to be followed. I also wanted to apologize to the applicant, understanding that, and just so you know, I heard your frustration with the process and that this added additional costs to your project, which doesn't make things more affordable in our city. And I just wanted you to know that I heard you loud and clear on that, and I note that, but I know that moving this forward is the best way to go, and that's something you're hopeful will happen. So thanks for hanging in there, and I will be voting in support. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so can I have somebody move this, please? Or we had it.
I think Councillor Kirby-Young did, and I
That's right. You're right. Okay. Well, I'm going to call the vote now, but before I do that, just a reminder that any council member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So clerks, with that, we'll get you to run the vote.
Just a point of privilege, Mayor.
Yes?
Oh, my video has been going on and off. I can see myself right now. I can't see you. I'm not sure why, but just let me know if you can't see me, please.
I'm sorry. I accidentally had my video off.
I hit mine off too sometimes. I just thought I'd mention it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much. Okay, clerks, ready to go with the vote?
Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Okay, thanks. Clerks, we're all ready to go. Just wait for you to trigger the cue. Thank you. Councillor Councillor Dominato, please mark is in favor. Great, that passes unanimously. Thanks so much, Council. Thanks, clerks, the applicants, and team for doing that item. We are going to move to the CD1 rezoning on 2062 East Broadway. I realize the clerks and staff may need a bit of time to change over, so how are we doing there, clerks? Just let me know whenever you're ready to go.
We are ready to go.
Great, thanks so much. I just got to check here in terms of speakers for this item. We have no speakers. Just want to make council aware of that. We do have, if you want to declare a conflict of interest, please go ahead. And we'll have the clerks read the application and summary correspondence.
This is an application by RH Architects to rezone 2062 to 2092 East Broadway from RT5N Residential District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story residential building with 71 strata residential units. The building height of 21 meters and a floor space ratio of 2.65 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. One piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thanks so much. Anybody who wants to speak to this, 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445 #. We have Lex Dominiak from the rezoning planner to speak to this. However, we don't have any speakers to this as registered, so I'm happy to move ahead and waive the presentation unless I hear an objection. I don't hear objections, so I'm going to ask if the applicant team is here to speak to the application.
Yes, we're here, Mr. Mayor, but we will withhold any presentation and be here for questions.
Great, thanks so much. Okay, Council, if you have any questions for the staff or applicant, this is the time to ask them. I don't see anybody on the queues, so I am now going to make my first call for speakers. 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445 #. Clerks, anybody in the chambers or on the line?
No.
Okay, thanks. Second call then, same number. Everything's on the live stream and Twitter in terms of call-in numbers and codes. Anyone there, clerks?
No.
Great. So we're going to make our third call. It is 7:01. We will come back at 7:06 to finish this item. Thanks, Council. See you in 5 minutes.
Yes, Mayor Stewart. I'm not seeing anybody coming forward in the chambers, but I understand we have a speaker for this item on the phone.
Great. Speaker, you have up to 5 minutes. Could you let us know your name, whether you're a resident of Vancouver? That would be great.
Hi, my name is Michelle McDonald. I'm a resident on the south side of the lane of this project on Lakewood. And I guess my main concern about this project is the increase in traffic from the parking. And I guess I saw in the documents that we have a traffic plan. I guess I'd like to understand a bit more about what that actually will look like. We're on a bike lane and the school's there, and we have a pedestrian activated traffic light. So I guess I just want to make sure that that increase in traffic is understood and that we have safety in mind for this project.
Okay, thanks so much for your comments. And I don't see any questions from you for councillors, so we'll just thank you so much for calling in and making your points. And I'm going to move to the next speaker. Do we have anybody else on the line, clerks?
No one moving forward to the podium, and no for the telephone.
Great, thanks. So does the applicant, so we're going to close the public speakers list, and we're going to close the receipt of public comments and just ask the applicant, does the applicant have any closing comments?
Mr. Mayor, would you like us to respond to that person's question? Is that
You can do whatever you like with your closing comments time. So if you feel like you want to respond, please go ahead.
Yes, the access to the parkade and access off the street have all been reviewed by transportation in City of Vancouver, and we comply and meet those requirements.
Okay, thanks. Anything else to add? Okay, thanks. Does staff have any closing comments?
No closing comments from staff. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. I have a list of councillors here with questions to staff. Councillor Boyle, do you have questions for staff?
I do, yes. I to the speaker's question, I'm interested to hear from staff what more is planned or could be done to improve pedestrian and cyclist safety along Lakewood there. I often hear from parents at Lower Secord about concerns around vehicle traffic rat running along Lakewood or the speed at which traffic goes along Broadway there. And I know there have been improvements made to that route along both Lakewood and 8th there, and I'm interested in where those are at and what more might be expected connected to this development or just related to regular upgrades to the Slow Street program and more.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Boyle. So as part of the rezoning conditions for the application, there will be some standard street upgrades, widened sidewalks, a curb bulge further at Lakewood and Broadway, as well as some new lane crossings. As well, I do know the city has worked with Lower Secord School a fair bit as part of the Grandview Woodland Plan to coordinate on pickup and drop off, as well as support the Slow Streets project as well.
Okay, can I ask further? I know council funded the transition from the temporary orange barrier cones around the Slow Streets to permanent infrastructure, and that's planned over the next year. I've raised that particular intersection with staff before, but I wonder if staff have a sense or timeline around where those transitions from temporary to permanent infrastructure will be prioritized, and if this location could be one of the first changes on that list.
We do not have that information at this time about the timeline for the Slow Streets at Lakewood.
Okay, fair enough. I can follow up with transportation staff on that. And so you may not have this answer either, but wondering if Laura Secord was looked at as a possible site for a school street, and if this stretch of Lakewood would or could be considered for that, and if the new entry to the underground parking on this development would impact that at all.
Yeah, again, we do not have information on the school street program, but happy to follow up.
I will send an email following up on all of those points. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Weave, up to 5.
Yeah, mine's a follow-up question. Recognizing that this is one of the alternate routes for the Central Valley Greenway and is currently in the Vancouver Plan Greenway strategy. And normally we do see setbacks and opportunities for full separation. I'm wondering if that was contemplated, and if not, why?
Full separation on Lakewood?
Well, our Greenway strategy is trying to put as many separated bike lanes across as possible and making sure that they're safe. And this is also an alternate route on the Central Valley Greenway in the new report that just was sent to council. So I'm just wondering what is being done to make sure that this is a safe bikeway. And was there, did we look at setbacks on the project to ensure there's more room on Lakewood for safe biking?
As part of the application, there was no examination of an upgrade for the Lakewood Bikeway. That's currently isn't in our transportation plan for this site.
Okay, so there's no increased setbacks, because we know that some of the other bikeways or greenways we've had when projects have come to council, they've had to step back a further certain feet to meet the new greenway setback policies. I'm just wondering if that was not incorporated here, if Lakewood's not considered one of our greenways.
Lakewood was not incorporated as part of this project, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Just happy to move the application back.
Thanks. Seconder?
Kirby Young.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. We are at anybody who'd like to speak to this item or debate it, please go ahead. Got the queue open. Councillor Weep, up to 5.
Yeah, I will be supportive, but I think that we need to make sure that we are taking advantage of new developments on greenways to include better pedestrian and bike safety along our greenway stretch, recognizing it's one of the ways we'll be able to deliver on the strategies that we're trying to advance as a city. I also think the $23 per square foot is a very small amount for CACs to deliver the amenities in the area, but I recognize that follows our current strategy, but I think in the future we need to look at better opportunities to deliver amenities for projects like this. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Just briefly, I'll say that I think that this adds to the much needed housing in East Vancouver, and in understanding in what we've moved forward with in past, 6-story residential, this will offer 54 new units. For those reasons, I will be supportive, and I'll leave it there. Mayor, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll support this proposal as well. I do want to just point out, I think it didn't come up in questions, but I think needs to be acknowledged going forward with proposals that are adjacent to schools and in vicinity of schools is the preparation and siting and protection of children with trucks coming through. We have a number of developments underway around the city right now near schools, and I've inquired about this previously to staff and via email around very large scale trucks traveling by schools during peak times at pickup and drop off, and using the roads directly adjacent to the schools, which are school zones. And I think that given the siting of this development proposal, that there needs to be consideration given to this point forward, and I'm concerned that we aren't doing enough of that. And so I hope that my comments tonight are taken in the vein of let's be thinking ahead around how we ensure the safety of children and parents who are doing drop-offs and pickups, and consider the routes those trucks are utilizing to access the sites. I think it's really important, and there have been incidents in other municipalities. They're quite alarming. particularly around pedestrians and cyclists. So I'll support the development, but I just wanted to really accentuate that as a consideration as we go forward with more developments close to schools.
Thanks so much. That is it for questions. So that I can see. So just a reminder, any council member's video is disabled will be marked as absent. And with that, I am going to ask the clerk to trigger the vote, please. Councillor Dejanova. There we go. That is unanimous. Thank you so much, council. We are moving to, we have 2 more items on the agenda tonight. We're moving to item 5, which is a CD1 text amendment for the East Fraser Lands Waterfront Precinct. Again, I'll ask any council members who have a conflict to declare it here, and I'll ask the clerks to read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by West Group Properties Incorporated to amend CD1 567 East Fraser Lands Waterfront Precinct bylaw to permit an additional 41,197 square meters of residential floor area and to increase maximum building heights for social housing, secured market rental housing, and strata housing. This application also proposes consequential amendments to the East Fraser Lands Official Development Plan bylaw and Utilities Development Cost Levy bylaw to deliver a community center and drainage works. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 24 pieces of correspondence in support and 7 pieces of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thanks so much. We have Desiree Druitt from the is a rezoning planner, and Kirsten Robinson, senior planner, here to speak to this application. We do have a number of speakers on the list for this item, council, so we should probably just proceed with the PowerPoint presentation, and I'll ask staff to go ahead. Councillor Dejanova, I see you on the list. Did you have a question or?
Oh, my apologies. That's a holdover, Mayor. I was actually just trying to figure out if I could. My computer's freezing up. I was going to email the clerk to say I'd have to restart, but I'm going to listen from my phone.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So go ahead, staff, with your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Kirsten Robinson. I'm a senior planner in the community planning group working on major projects. I'm here to present the rezoning application for 3480 and 3522 East Kent Avenue South, which proposes to amend CD 1567 to allow additional residential floor area within the East Fraser Lands Area 1. The application also proposes to remove a portion of EFL from the Utilities Development Cost Levy bylaw in exchange for an in-kind delivery of a community center and a cash payment for future drainage utilities items. The site shown in yellow is located within the central waterfront area of EFL, which is also known as the River District. EFL is a 128-acre master planned community located in southeast Vancouver, bound by Marine Way, Boundary Road, the Fraser River, and Kerr Street. Planning for EFL has been underway since 2002, shortly after closure of the Canadian White Pines sawmill. Key milestones are the policy statement approved in 2004 and the official development plan approved in 2006. Area 1, including the rezoning site, and Area 2 were rezoned in 2008 and 2010, respectively. The EFL Public Amenity Financial Plan and Strategy was approved in 2010, and in 2021, Council approved updates to the EFL ODP, which enables this application. First approved in 2006, EFL is envisioned to be a complete sustainable community with shops and services located on site to serve the new population. EFL's plan to accommodate 8.8 million square feet of residential floor area, which is approximately 9,500 residential units, depending on unit size and configuration. The plan includes approximately 275,000 square feet of retail and service uses along a commercial high street, which is anchored at the north end by the town square and the community center and waterfront plaza at the river. The plan also includes a robust package of public amenities to support the new residents, including a 30,000 square foot community center, 4 childcare centers, 2 school sites, 27.2 acres of parks and open space, and sites to accommodate 20% of the units as affordable housing. In 2017, staff undertook a review of the EFL development, including the ODP and the financial plan and strategy, which were 10 years old at the time. In 2021, Council approved a package of amendments to the EFL ODP to increase housing options and to better address changes in city policies. The review also included recommendations to improve amenity delivery, including key direction to secure in-kind delivery of the community centre. As part of the EFL 10-year review, it was determined that unbuilt sites within the Area 1 waterfront, shown in yellow, could be better optimized to provide more housing choice while maintaining the central neighborhood as the highest intensity part of the plan, marked by the tallest buildings. This rezoning is required to amend the floor area and building heights allowable to be consistent with the updated ODP. The proposal includes 443,000 square feet of additional residential floor area as follows: an additional 55,000 square feet of social housing, shown in yellow, an additional 100,000 square feet of secured market rental housing, shown in pink, and 288,000 square feet of strata housing in purple. This is inclusive of 3 darker purple floors that were added to ensure delivery of the community center. The additional floor area requires amending the permitted tower heights in CD1 567 as outlined in the report. The new heights respect the plan's 28-story height maximum and principle of stepping down to the river. As outlined in the report, the proposal requires a consequential amendment to the EFL ODP to reflect the additional 21,000 square feet of strata floor area and a corresponding social housing requirement of 4,305 square feet to be added to Area 3. The Urban Design Panel reviewed this application and unanimously supported the proposal. The panel's recommendations have been incorporated in the application's design conditions. Through this rezoning, the social housing floor area, shown in yellow, has been consolidated on a standalone site on parcel 34. The additional 55,000 square feet is added to the social housing already secured in 2008. The combined total floor area is 135,000 square feet, which is approximately 143 units. As with other social housing on city-owned sites in EFL, VAHA will lead development of the housing. The proposal also includes 100,000 square feet of secured market rental housing. This table compares the cost of renting and ownership on the east side of Vancouver. The green column indicates the average starting rents for the new rental units on the east side and the incomes they serve. Based on the 2021 CMHC data, ownership of a medium-priced unit on the east side ranges from over $2,200 a month for a studio and up to $5,500 for a 3-bedroom unit. As this table demonstrates, the market rental rates are expected to remain below the monthly cost of home ownership. If this project is approved, 100% of the rental units would be secured through a housing agreement, which would prohibit stratification of the units. The EFL 10-year review included 20,000 notifications, 4 rounds of public engagements attended by over 700 residents, and several petitions with nearly 250 signatures in support of the community center approach. As part of this application, over 6,800 postal notifications were mailed out and 71 comments and 6 questions were received from the public. Key areas of support were for additional building height and density, which was thought to be contextually appropriate, strong support for delivery of the community center, and support for the housing mix, including the increased social and market rental options. Key areas of concern included building height and density, which was not seen as appropriate, a lack of existing neighborhood community amenities and services to support the increased population, and concern about the community center delivery approach and impacts of increased traffic. In addition to the social housing and secured rental units, this proposal would also contribute a community amenity contribution of $16 million, over $7 million in citywide DCLs, a public art contribution of about $489,000 for a total of over $23.5 million in public benefits. A waiver is permitted under the DCL bylaw for qualifying rental residential floor area. The value of this waiver is estimated at approximately $1.8 million at today's rate. As indicated on this table, this application also proposes partial removal of EFL from the utilities DCL, which would mean no additional DCLs will be generated. The EFL Community Center is one of the key amenities within the plan. The Community Center and Riverfront Park and Plaza will become a new destination for public life within the city. The community center was planned to be delivered at roughly halfway through development, which was projected to be approximately 2025. Unlike other large developments in the city, in EFL, the city is responsible for construction of the public amenities, including the community center. If council approves the Area 1 rezoning before you today, then the city has secured roughly half of the $47 million required for city delivery of the community center. Consistent with council-approved direction from the 10-year review, one of the primary objectives of this rezoning application is to shift delivery of the community center to the master developer, West Group Properties. In-kind delivery of the community center will secure delivery on a desired timeline and transfer any construction cost escalation risk to the developer. To ensure coordinated delivery of interconnected amenities, in addition to the community center, the developer will also construct the child care center and adjacent plaza, subject to further discussion with the park board, using citywide DCLs as the source of funds. In 2021, council endorsed a framework to address the funding shortfall for the community center, which relies on removal of EFL from the utilities DCL to redirect surplus revenue to the community center. The UDCL, introduced in 2018, will generate a projected $48 million over the life of the project, and West Group, who owns most of the site, will pay $45 million. There are 3 drainage projects within EFL that were intended to be funded through DCLs with an approximate value of $21 million. The surplus in projected revenue generated by the West Group sites is proposed to be used to secure delivery of the community center where there is a significant funding challenge. This approach is supportable because of the unique context of EFL, where new infrastructure and upgrades are largely provided by the developer as servicing requirements, and a large portion of the remaining infrastructure flows directly east into Burnaby with limited impacts on city infrastructure. On this slide, the area highlighted in yellow is proposed to be removed from the utilities DCL bylaw. Staff have worked with the developer to come up with an approach that achieves in-kind delivery of the community center and secures cash payments for the required utilities works. The second column of this table shows the costs of the community center and the utility items to be secured. The third column shows the revenue sources, including $38 million, which represents 87% of the value of West Group's UDCL contribution, $5 million anticipated in UDCLs from sites that remain in the UDCL boundary, and a CAC top-up from CACs already collected and negotiated, including the proposed CAC for Area 1, as discussed. The main benefits of this approach are that it secures source of funds for the community center, which is otherwise underfunded, provides timing and delivery certainty, secures cash payments for the drainage works, and it shifts the community center construction cost escalation risk to the developer, and it removes EFL from any citywide prioritization and competition for importing CACs. If the approach to remove a portion of EFL from the UDCL boundary is not supported, then the community center will remain as a city responsibility, which is currently underfunded by CACs with no clear timeline or path for delivery. This proposal aligns with the EFL ODP and previous council direction approved under the 10-year review. If approved, the proposal would deliver an additional 67 social housing units, 121 rental housing units, and 324 strata units beyond the original Area 1 rezoning, all of which contribute to a housing mix consistent with the EFL ODP and current citywide housing policy. If approved, the application would secure the delivery of a new 30,000 square foot community center and catalyze delivery of the associated 74-space childcare facility and waterfront plaza. Staff recommend approval of this application subject to the conditions of approval in Appendix B of the report. And members of the staff team and applicant team are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your presentation. We just wondered if the applicant team is here to speak to the application.
They're just coming forward. Mayor Stewart to the podium.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dean Johnson, Vice President of Development at West Group Properties. On behalf of West Group, thank you for taking the time tonight to consider this rezoning application for the East Fraser Lands Waterfront Precinct. I'll keep my remarks short, as staff have continually well articulated the numerous benefits this proposal has for all stakeholders. The proposal sets into action the vision of the East Fraserland's official development plan 10-year review and update, which was approved unanimously by council just over 1 year ago. With that approval, West Group and staff were provided a mandate to move forward with the rezoning application before you tonight. 1 year ago, council approved a vision for the future of East Fraserlands. Tonight, you have an opportunity to secure that future. A future where families can enjoy new public facilities in their own community, children will walk to parks and childcare, and various forms of housing are secured and provided for members of our growing community. West Group continues to be committed to working towards this goal, and therefore is prepared to contribute financially and accept responsibility for delivering the turnkey community center and childcare facility as outlined in this proposal. This facility, combined with the waterfront plaza, retail buildings, waterfront park, will form a heart of a world-class waterfront destination in Southeast Vancouver and completes a keystone component of the East Fraserland's policy statement vision from 2004. We'd like to thank staff for their tireless work on this project. We have no doubt that without their commitment to the EFL vision, honesty, adaptability, and hard work, we would not be here today. Specifically, thank you to Kirsten Robinson, Desiree Druitt, Carson Chant, and Chalice Joseph. Over the last 20 years, West Group and the City of Vancouver have built homes for families, provided opportunities for businesses, and amenities for the community. Together, we are growing a community, and support from Council tonight will ensure that legacy becomes a reality. We are available for any questions you may have, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Now I'm just going to flip here to any questions to staff or council from, staff or the applicant from council. Oh, Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yeah, so my question is really just around the timing, and I believe that in my previous terms on council, we actually went through some of this same deliberation around how to speed up the delivery of the community center, especially, and adding in some additional density in order to get us there. So I guess I'm wanting some reassurance that the timelines that are in this report for the delivery of that, long-awaited community center, I know people have been talking to me about it since 2011, what is the timeline for that delivery, and what is the need to further decrease, the costs of the utilities, because that also happened, I remember, last term.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. Yes, we did bring this before you about a year ago with the changes to the ODP, which enabled this application tonight. We've done some work and think that the integrated design process for the community center, the childcare, the waterfront plaza, and the shoreline, which are all part of this moment in the plan, will take upwards of 5 years to complete. We think that there's about 2.5 years of processing and design work and application and permitting, and then it'll take about 2.5 years to construct. So we hope to have it operable by 2028.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there, but I'll be listening to the speakers and perhaps have more questions at the end. But thanks for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Following up on Councillor Carr's question, is there any way to speed up that delivery of the center with this arrangement now that the applicant is delivering it? Because we literally have families that moved in with young kids that are going to have kids in high school by the time this is delivered. Is there any way to speed that up earlier than 2028?
Thank you for the question. We expected you might ask that. Yes, we will work with the developer to identify ways to expedite delivery. There's 3 complicating factors. One is the site isn't serviced yet, so we'll need to work with West Group to get the road infrastructure in place to support the community center. There's also soil remediation that's underway. But as we get into the design phase and the permitting process, we will look for efficiencies to deliver it as quickly as we can.
Okay, so instead of 6 years, could we look at, are we talking sort of nuances of a few months or a year, or could we cut it down to 4? Looking for a level of magnitude, not not holding you to a date, but just what magnitude of improvement might we achieve?
We might be able to be a year more efficient. The construction is really the major piece. It's 2 to 3 years to construct the facility. The permitting piece we can work to expedite.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I hope so. I suspect we'll hear some of that same hope for the community, but thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. That seems to be it for questions from council to staff or the applicant, at least for this round for staff. Move to the speakers list now. We have 6 registered speakers, starting with Jeff Chang. Speaker number 1, Jeff Chang.
Hi, thank you, council. Can you hear me?
Yeah, great. Thanks. Just ask you to speak directly to this project, and it'd be great if you could indicate whether you support or oppose the application. Thanks, and up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Chang. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in the River District neighborhood in one of the West Group buildings. I'm also a council member at the building as well. I speak on behalf of a number of residents at our building and our sister building across the street who are opposed to parts of this proposal, mainly to do with increased tower height of parcel 33 and 34, as well as 35 and 36. The current situation, just to paint you a quick picture, is that our building and our sister building are bookended by 2 buildings that are around 25 stories each, whereas our building is 5 stories. With the proposed increase in tower height up to 22 and 16 stories respectively, we're looking at being completely locked into a small square, essentially. Of that situation, and kind of 3 points to consider. One, of course, is the peaceful and private enjoyment of the rooftop patios, the space there that are all south-facing. We also have 5 townhomes on the ground level, at street level, at both these buildings who face directly towards this new development. As laid out in the East Fraser official development plans, I think one of the points that residents really looked at was that, knowing that we live in the central neighborhood, and that area was going to have clustered towers. But I think a point that they really kind of stuck to was that the street wall buildings were going to be of pedestrian scale. And that meant that there would be commercial units on the ground floor, followed by a couple of residential floors above, and that towers would be behind. But I think from the proposal and from the drawings, it seems pretty clear that these buildings are being built directly onto the street, and that really affects the design and layout. And then the last point is just one of the points that was also pointed out in the development plan was residential towers having range in height between 10 and 28 floors. And I think that there is a sense that we get as residents that West Group is pushing for the highest height of all towers, obviously to maximize all aspects. And that really cuts into having variation and character to the neighborhood, as well as, shadowing and all the things that kind of, I'm sure you already know about. So my question, I suppose, to West Group is, and to speak directly about the community center, is does the it feels very much that the community center is being used as a hostage piece. Like, as a resident, we all want it, but at what cost? So yeah. Anyways, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you. So I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is Jason Deline. Speaker number 2, Jason Deline.
If it's Deline, I'll allow it. Always wanted to say that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jason Deline. I'm a resident of the River District in Vancouver, and I'm opposed to this amendment, similar to Mr. Chang, mostly the additional floors. I represent several people in my building. I live there too, and the River District is being underserved. It feels to its residents like it has been forgotten. We don't have the working fountains and grassy boulevards of Yaletown or the West End. We don't have Mexican or Italian restaurants like you'll find on Commercial Drive or in Gastown. We have 3 fountains in the district. None of them work. We have muddy boulevards that the city refuses to resod despite repeated pleas from building managers. We have half a dozen empty restaurants that have had signs saying coming soon on their doors for about 3 years. And our promised parks have not progressed at all. And so many people are choosing to leave the River District. The promise of a vibrant community has not been kept. West Group wants to make the already approved buildings taller. We residents don't want this. Many people move to the neighborhood to get away from the concrete jungle of downtown. It's greener, less congested, and we get sunshine almost all day. We don't want our skyline ruined with skyscrapers like in Toronto, where residents who had a view of the lake and sunshine now have a view of another building and nothing but shade. The excess building needs to stop, especially since the necessary infrastructure can't seem to keep up. The residents of the neighborhood shouldn't suffer just because West Group wants more money. We already have quite a few buildings in the area and thousands of people. The narrow streets are already getting congested with the cars already in the neighborhood, but we have quite a few vacancies. These buildings aren't full, and people are starting to leave because we don't have the community we were promised. We're told a community center is being built, but don't know what it looks like, if there's going to be a pool, a rink, parking, and how can we trust their timelines when so many other things they've promised have yet to progress at all? West Group claims to have surveyed residents regarding amenities we need in the area, but I don't know anyone who was surveyed because the buildings we live in didn't exist when these surveys were done. Presumably neighboring communities were polled, communities that already have dog parks, restaurants, pools, and what they need is different from what we need. And it's not just the residents. It would be great if we could visit the restaurants that were advertised to us years ago. So many jobs created for the local community, so much cultural and culinary diversity. The city approved these building plans knowing they'd attract hungry tenants like me, and yet years later, we're still waiting for these small businesses to open. What do the owners of these would-be neighborhood eateries say is the reason? They're waiting for council to approve their building permits. They don't get the fast-track approvals or the big bucks that big rich conglomerates get. They're small potatoes, and so they have to wait. And so do the thousands of people in the neighborhood who have to drive to Burnaby or Richmond to have dinner out with their families and friends. Premontory Park is a green space where River District residents walk their dogs, but it's somewhat hazardous, as again, it's years behind the residential buildings that exist right next to it. Rebar sticking out from the earth, old pieces of stone and lumber. The only work done here was a couple of months ago when the perimeter fence was replaced with an identical perimeter fence. Tax dollars at work. The residents push past the fences. They're tired of waiting for a place to let their dogs exercise. Confusingly, the plans for the park do not even include an off-leash dog area. It's perplexing as many, if not all of the buildings in the River District are pet-friendly buildings, and we have far more dog and cat parents than parents of children. The park architect told me that when they did their surveys, a dog park wasn't a priority because there were others in the area. Maybe there are others in the areas that were surveyed, but not in the River District. Many of these pet owners are senior citizens, while others are differently abled and enjoy that the park is a few steps from their front door. But if the plan for the park goes through, these poor people will be expected to walk or drive nearly 2 kilometers to legally let their pets run. Senior citizens with mobility issues shouldn't have to go that far for their dogs to socialize, and they have no use for the planned playground. Again, there is a disconnect between these plans and what would best serve the community. Many of us moved here because the waterfront was somewhat underdeveloped. It's a great place to sit on a log for a private sunset with a cup of tea. We don't want the cement walkways of Olympic Village, keeping our toes far away from the shore. We don't want any of the trees along the riverbank replaced with lampposts. We want the quiet, private, lush green space we already have. We don't want your benches. We're happy with our logs. It's a connection to our history, to a simpler time. Let us keep our peaceful waterfront. We want English Bay, not Cole Harbor. There is a partially paved bike path that goes east from Boundary Road, and it's great, but it needs paving heading west of Boundary Road to extend the bike trails towards the ocean. It requires little adornment, though, and there's grass south of this that contains delicate wells and storm sewer systems. South of that are the trees, rocks, beach, and then the river. Altering anything south of that bike path is an overreach.
Thank you. You're at your 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Swanson.
Sure.
Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
So my understanding is that without the extra height that you don't like, the city would have to find money for the community center someplace else so that the community center, there's a good chance that it would be delayed significantly. Since I've been here, we've gotten dozens of emails from people pleading for the community center. So are you saying that you would be happier not having the community center and not having the towers?
That's a question I wasn't prepared to answer. I'm not sure. I don't think so. More what I'm saying is that I don't trust that this community center is going to get done when they say it's going to done because we're still waiting for the smallest things. Like I said, 3 fountains are broken, have been for years. We have the grass is falling apart. We have at least 2 green spaces that were promised and nothing has been done. They're hazardous, in fact. So until the promises that are already been made get done, I don't see why we keep looking to the future. We should concentrate on the things that have already been put through. There are people who live there who aren't getting what we were promised.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other speakers or questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker, but thanks for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks. We have speaker number 3, Nathan Davidovich.
Speaker number 3 is not in the chamber and not on the line.
Thank you. We have speaker number 4, Brian Gordon Milt Bowling. Speaker
I'm here.
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks. I am Milt Bowling, and I'm the ongoing co-chair of the East Fraser Lands Committee. I've been in that position since 2002. And one of the main drivers, based on the feedback from the community, right from the very beginning, was the community center. Everyone wanted a community center. And, we were told once the designs were approved and et cetera, that other things had to come first because of the finances, and that the community center would happen in about 25 years. And I thought, oh, sure. That's ridiculous. Well, here we are. It's going to be 25 years. I think I had brown hair when it started. And I'm just here to encourage you, to plead even, to move it forward. There were the meeting in 2022 sort of set everything in motion as far as approvals and whatever else, and we just have to get this final hurdle going to cap the community with a crown jewel. Every community needs a center, needs something for everybody, for every person to gather, and every center needs a community to enhance the sense of community in the community. So I don't want to take a long time. I just want to reaffirm that we still meet, although a lot of our members over the past 20 years have moved away, passed away, et cetera, et cetera. So I'd kind of like to live long enough to see this completed. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time tonight. I don't see questions for you, but appreciate you coming in and sharing your views with us. And thanks for your service to the community. I'm going to move over to speaker number 5 now, Sarah Bugunovich.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. My name is Sarah, and I'm 11 years old, and I've lived in the River District since I was born. I love my community because there are parks where I can meet my friends to hang out. A community center is important to me because it would allow me a place to spend time with my friends and do different activities, especially in winter when outdoor sports are not available. Right now, it's too far to walk or bike to our nearest community center and difficult for my parents to sign me up for popular activities. I'd like to be active in my community when I'm a teenager, somewhere I can get on on my own to be social and active. The River District Community Center funding has been promised, and 2025 can't come soon enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for calling in tonight and participating. I just checking here, and I don't see any questions for you. So just thank you again for expressing your points of view to council. And we're going to move to Esther Moreno, speaker number 6.
Thank you. Yep.
Hi
Thank
there.
you so much, Sarah. You did an amazing. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And Sarah, you did an amazing job. And thanks, Mayor and Council. As you said, it's Esther, and I am so excited to be here. And I'm hoping that it's a farewell with a unanimous in favor vote to this motion. So I'm a homeowner and a mother of 2 and a community activator for my neighbors and friends that live south of Marine Drive in the West Fraserlands. And I'm super delighted that over years I've had a chance to speak with so many of you, and I think almost all of you, if I haven't met you or spoken or corresponded with you over the years. And I'm in favor of the proposal in front of you today and super excited to see how this evening ends. I'm thrilled to hear the dialogue just now between Councillor Kirby Young and staff lead Kirsten Robinson, who I'm super grateful for being on this project for so long and doing amazing work, and the discussions around expediting. So I am in favor of that too. It was in 2018 that myself and my 2 kids, Amelia and Max, that at the time were 6 and 8, we came to speak to you in person in council, in chambers. And it seems like a lifetime ago, and it's now 4 years later, and here we are. And we're still excited to see the community centre built and delivered. The southeast corner of Vancouver continues to be an area that serves all of us, our city well, and we're helping to address the housing shortage. In the last 2 years, a 600-meter stretch, we added 466 rental units to an already existing over 1,000 units of rental apartments and townhouses. And all of those families and seniors and people with disabilities that live in those homes would love a community center. We sent you photos of our community holding up. We love our community posters, lots of kids there, and we're really grateful that Westgroup's willing to commission the build, and we're just excited to see this happen. And so Amelia and Max are now 11 and 12, and we're all hopeful. We've got a champagne bottle ready to hopefully pop tonight to celebrate, and even more so excited at the idea that it might be expedited. So thank you all for the work that you've put into this, for the questions, the curiousness that you've brought to the table to make this move forward, and super grateful to West Group. So I am ready to cheer and celebrate tonight, and I hope you guys will with me too. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time this evening. I don't see any questions for you, but just wanted to say thanks for calling in and sharing your views. I am going to now, we're at the end of the list. Clerks, I'm going to make my first call for speakers. Is there anybody on the line or in person to speak to this item?
Yes, we do have additional online speakers.
Great. Can we have the first speaker, please? Up to 5 minutes, and we could have your name, first name and last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Good evening, Tolio. Your line is unmuted. Could you please state your full name?
Julio Bello, Executive Director of South Vancouver Family Place.
Oh, great. And if we could get you to turn off your computer or turn down the volume, we won't get the echo. That'd be good. But please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Can everybody hear me now?
Yep, we can. That's great.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Julio Bello. I'm the Executive Director for South Vancouver Family Place. I have spoken to you before on this topic, so I will keep my comments brief this evening. I would like to comment in support of this proposal, which will secure more rental family size and affordable housing for the South Vancouver community, as well as a permanent community center. As you have all heard me say previously, we are in dire need for accessible indoor programmable gathering space in this neighborhood. As the community grows, we observe a greater need for families, grandparents, caregivers, etc., to connect with others, share parenting experiences, and participate in social and educational activities. In a society where extended families may be far away, people find connection in support from others in their community. From the program that South Vancouver Family Place previously ran in the River District, and we still do as a pop-up, we know that the community has a strong desire and need to connect and foster relationships with neighbors. Unfortunately, there is no indoor space to facilitate this. Here, we have an opportunity to finally secure the in-kind delivery of a new permanent community center and a firm timeline for completion with a new turnkey child care space above. This community cannot afford to keep waiting. They deserve to live in a complete community they were promised. I would also like to comment briefly on the inclusion of rental and below market housing. In this application, sadly, the issue of housing security continues to be an incredible challenge for many in our city, and this neighborhood is no different. South Vancouver welcomes many newcomers and also houses seniors on a fixed income and low income families. The rental and below market in particular will change the lives of those we'll get to call them home. Council, please support the plan before you, which will finally realize a new permanent community center while also bringing in need amenities like a new park and childcare, as well as a range of affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate you calling in tonight. Let's see here. We don't have any questions for you, but do thank you for your participation. Clerks, I'm going to make my second call now. Is there anybody on the line or in the chambers?
No one in the chamber. We do have additional speakers on the line.
Great. Next speaker then, if you could tell us your full name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Hi, Philip. Your line has been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, hi there. It's Philip Ostrowski. I'm a resident of Vancouver, have been for almost 20 years. And I've spoken to everyone, including yourself, Mayor and Council, on this topic as well. I 100% support this motion, and I consider it a win-win situation. The residents of River District, including my 2 young kids, are going to get a community center, and there's going to be additional housing supply, which is in great demand in Vancouver and all over Canada. So I consider this a win-win. I just want to also thank West Group for the tremendous efforts in just developing the River District. They've gone above and beyond most developers, and I'm really grateful that they just want to build it and get it done. And they understand the need for this to be built in a timely manner. It has taken them much longer than it should have, but I'll take it when I can get it, as will my family. So I really hope they vote in favor, because we need this, and it's going to be used by a lot of people. And like I said, it's a win-win for the city. And I know there's people that are opposed to the height, but you can't always have everything that you need. But we definitely need this community center. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you. So, clerks, I'm going to see, is there anybody else out there for this item?
No one in the chamber. We still have speakers on the line.
Okay, great. Perhaps next speaker, please. First and last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver, please.
Hi, Vic. Your line has been unmuted. Vic, your line has been unmuted. Please proceed. Speaker with phone number ending in 2862. Your line has been unmuted.
Mayor Stewart, we're either having technical difficulties or the speakers are still muted. We can try to fix that if you're going to do your third call.
Yeah, let's do a third call then. It's at 8 o'clock. We'll come back at 8:05 to finish this item off. Thanks, Council. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Great.
So we still have 2 speakers on the line.
Great. Okay. Can we hear from the first speaker, please? First and last name and whether or not you're a resident, please.
Vic Sangaron, yes.
Great. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Stewart, councillors, and planning staff. So my name is Vic Sangera, and I'm a physiotherapist and co-director of River District Physio. I've called in tonight to offer some brief comments in support of the East Fraser Lands text amendment before you on this evening's agenda. I understand that the proposed plan amendments will allow for the development of new housing to support future population growth, as well as the delivery of key amenities, including the new permanent community center. As a business owner in River District, I firmly believe that we need better housing options to support our local workforce, and I'm supportive of the plan to build a range of housing options in our community, including more affordable alternatives to home ownership. I also look forward to welcoming new residents who I hope will form a consistent customer base for businesses in the River District. I would also like to comment on the community center. I was pleased to learn that the plans are underway to deliver a permanent community center and childcare space, which will be built over the next several years. Currently, we don't have a community space where residents can build connections with neighbors and participate in physical activities and social programs. Given my background, you likely won't be surprised that I'm a proponent of promoting physical activity and community health. The new community center in River District will help residents to get active with free and low-cost fitness programs. I also am really passionate about the idea of kids having a space, where they can learn these skills. I grew up in a small town called Williams Lake, and we had one community center. And by the time I was 17 years old, I was a national level swimmer, and our community center, our rec center, closed down at that point. And I would say it had a lot to do with where the trajectory of my swim career went after that. I wouldn't want to rob these kids of their hopes and dreams at this age already. And we might have future gymnasts that could be Olympians, future swimmers that could be Olympians, future skaters that could be Olympians that are living in the River District right now, and we don't even know. So I hope, even for me, there's not a lot of times where I'll stop my workouts because I'm passionate about something like this. I was in the gym right now, and I left the gym because I wanted you guys to hear this. These kids deserve a place where they can go and participate in these programs together and build networks. Thank you for the opportunity to address council tonight. I hope that council will support the plan before you to maximize the potential of a range of new housing and community amenities to serve current and future residents of the River District.
Thank you so much for your time tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I will ask for the next speaker, please. First and last name, as well as whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver.
Vancouver resident and current resident of the River District. I moved down here in August of 2020. I live with my wife and 8-month-old daughter, and so we moved down here and were excited initially about the potential of the community that was going to be built and grow with our young family. I don't need to repeat too much of what's already been said, but absolutely in support of this. Thank you for the time for listening to the comments from the community, and very excited to see that this is proceeding.
Thank you so much. We just missed your first and last name. Could you repeat that for us?
It's Jonathan Fraser.
Great. Thanks, Jonathan. Really appreciate your time tonight. There are no questions for you, but thanks for calling in. Clerks, I'm going to move. Is there any other speakers on the line?
No.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. We've done our third call. And so I'm going to close the speakers list, and I am going to also close the receipt of public comment on this item. So I'm going to ask the applicant, does the applicant have any closing comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things that came up that were common. Again, thanks for all the public to come out and speak. There's obviously a lot of passion around this item, and we're hopefully encouraged to see this move forward. I just wanted to address a couple of comments on the community center delivery. The construction timeline is going to be a tough one to shift around. The project is hard to accelerate during the construction timeline. However, on the front end, the approvals, we can identify a couple items and areas where we can expedite the design approvals process, as well as kind of work with parks to accelerate the review timelines, if at all possible, to get to that start of construction date as quickly as possible. I think that's where we have the best opportunity to make up the time and to try to get in the ground as quickly as possible. And for example, we've already started talking to architects with staff members in advance of this meeting tonight to try to think about how we can hit the ground running tomorrow if this moves forward. Additionally, it's always a little bit disheartening to hear concerns of residents about public spaces. We do our best to work with staff and deliver spaces to their standards, as well as do whatever we can in the future to ensure parks and the city are able to operate those spaces as desired. And so if there's anything we can do to accelerate that or help with that in the future, we can do so. However, again, a lot of the programming does rest with parks, and we encourage residents to give their feedback on parks programming. There's going to be some major opportunities for that in the future with Avalon Park moving forward, as well as hopefully the Waterfront Plaza and Waterfront Park as part of this application. And then additionally, on last one on the retailers, or second last one on the retailers, we actually have been encouraging and incentivizing financially retailers to come down the River District. They are experiencing some delays in the permitting side, so whatever the city can do to get those things to move forward, that would be obviously helpful. And ironically, we do have a Mexican and Italian restaurant opening quite soon. Finally, just wanted to thank Kevin Spence, who I forgot earlier. A lot of his details and design comments are the ones that actually end up landing in the buildings that we build. So thank you. And that's it. Thank you, Council. Mayor.
Thanks. Staff have any closing comments?
No closing comments. Thank you.
Thanks. I see on the queue for questions, Councillor Dejanova.
I was just happy to move the motion, Mayor Stewart.
Okay.
Councillor
Right.
Boyle, I'm happy to second.
Okay, I think I heard Councillor Kirby Young as a seconder, so I'm going to move to the main queue. Any debate on this item? Councillor Dejanova?
So much. I just wanted to note that I've heard from the community, as we all have, how important these amenities are to you, and understanding, as you know, we do look at ways to increase density in our city to make housing affordability more equitable and attainable for so many people, that it's very important that we do look at amenities such as community centers and places that families often consider, as I've often said, when living in condos and apartments, they consider these spaces their backyards and their living rooms. And I think that it's really important that we do put emphasis and importance on that, especially as we're trying to encourage more families, to live in Vancouver, despite the fact that it is more expensive than moving to some of the suburbs and the outskirts of Metro Vancouver and beyond our region. So I want to thank each and every speaker who came out to speak tonight, all of those who sent us correspondence on this, not just this evening, but I know that this has been a labor of love for the community, and also want to thank the applicant West Group for delivering on the promise that you made to the community, and also want to thank our staff for making sure that that promise could be kept and working together with the applicant. I appreciate that timelines can be difficult within pro formas and construction timelines, especially now. But I also appreciate the applicant's comments to address that. And I'm looking forward to this new amenity that I know will serve those not only in River District, but beyond in communities and surrounding areas as well. So I'll leave my comments there, but I want to speak enthusiastically in support of this. And it's certainly been heartening to me to see all of the community members who've come together and rallied around this. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, that's a 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I also just wanted to say a huge thanks, especially to the huge number of families that have been staying so engaged on this, the videos and slideshow presentations that kids across the neighborhood have been putting together and sending us over the last 4 years. in particular have been incredibly moving to help council and the public have understanding of all of the pieces of this plan that they are excited about, the gaps that they're seeing, and the ways that they are looking forward to using basketball courts and community centers and more. It has been moving to see in person, going to visit the neighborhood and getting tours of these sites from various neighbors, and to be hearing in speakers and in emails and more. So just to echo that thanks to Sarah signing up to speak, and Esther, and all the folks who have been organizing and advocating so well and so tirelessly on this issue. I will enthusiastically support it and look forward to many more visits and to playing in these spaces with neighbors in the area.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I really appreciate the unyielding and enthusiastic advocacy of all of the community folks who have been tirelessly supporting the community center. I think the key takeaway for me and the hope from this is that oftentimes the model has been densities going into an area, city receives community amenities in return for density. In turn, those contributions are invested in community amenities. Things have to be built first in order for the cash to accrue. And there's a time lag usually between building and otherwise. What we've seen here is that time lag has become extended, and it has resulted in significant construction overruns. And now we've sort of pivoted to a new model where we're having the developer to overcome that challenge, where we're having the developer deliver the amenity. I'm hopeful that perhaps this is a good takeaway to look at how we could avoid this in future and consider either requiring some of the amenities up front, or potentially look at developer delivered amenities, because we do know that construction costs escalate. But more importantly, we end up with communities where we have folks moving into an area and literally a generation of kids that grow up before they actually get the community center or the parks, et cetera. I remember when I was in the park board last term, and there were some of the initial smaller parcels of the multiple parcels of parks there that was starting to be greened, and we're still another 4 or 5 years later. So I hear the community, I feel for it, but I think that the real takeaway for the city, and it's incumbent upon us, is to think about how we can learn from this specific situation and try to, I guess, sort of better calibrate the equation of who delivers the amenities and when they are required in the process. So having said that, though, I will happily support this because I know it's something that's been long awaited for the community, and I know how important those community centers are. They really are the lifeblood of communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I too will support, but I can't help but note how unbelievably frustrating the whole process is. I really hear the residents. In fact, I've been hearing the residents since 2011 when I was first elected. It's been an ongoing issue and unbelievably frustrating. The community center is absolutely critical. We've heard that, but along with sort of the other things, the other amenities and stores, etc. And I just want to remind everybody, including all the speakers, we have a commitment in our Vancouver plan to achieve complete communities. And I hear loud and clear from the residents of Southeast Fraserlands, that's what they want, a complete community with all the amenities in place there. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, I know that Nathan Davidovich was on the list to speak. He would have talked about transit and the need to ensure that there's good transit connections, especially as we add more people into the area. And the current community center, of course, is a very difficult one, up a hill and a good distance away. So we want communities that are not reliant on car use, but that are able to access all the things that they need for a good and healthy life without having to use cars. Finally, I just want to say I think it's really incumbent on the developer who has stated that they want to do this to work with staff and our staff to work with the developer to expedite the process to get this community center going.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Dominato to close.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll be echoing a number of the comments of my colleagues. And I do want to thank the residents who spoke in person this evening, but also called in and who have been engaged throughout this process around the the development of East Fraser lands in the River District. And I do, like Councillor Carr, want to acknowledge some of the frustrations around the coordination of those public amenities. Obviously, the focus of this evening being the amendments around the community center, but also the childcare and the park spaces. So just to those who did speak to us, I made notes this evening, and I know there's been a number of discussions that we've had as council, but also with our partners in this. That being said, I also want to acknowledge that given how important the delivery of the community center is to the community and some of the other amenities, I know that our staff have been working, tirelessly with the different partners, including West Group, on how to expedite the community center. I want to acknowledge Kirsten Robinson and her team and the work they've done, because I know as council we've asked some tough questions along the way, and we've been wanting to advance this, and this has been a priority for the council, is to see the community center delivered. As Councillor Boyle noted, this is really important to the community. We've heard from so many families there, and to Esther and others who've been ardent advocates for the community center and the other amenities. We thank you for that. But having spent time in the community and in the neighborhood, is one of my favorite neighborhoods in the city, and we do need to do better in terms of how we coordinate the development of housing and complete neighborhoods. But today we're focused on what will deliver this application, additional housing, and also the delivery and security of that community center through a West Group. And so I do think there's a lot of positives flowing from this. But I do want to just acknowledge all of the parties that have been involved, and to all of the families who've been communicating with us over the last number of years about the importance and priority of the neighborhood. Thank you for that, and thank you to our staff for delivering this today.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for your comments there. Oh, we've got Councillor Swanson up. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson?
Sorry.
That's okay.
I too hope that we can get some transit down there, and I just want to thank Esther and all the folks who have been working so hard and pushing for that community center. I think this shows that all of your hard work, although it's hard, has paid off, and I hope you can enjoy your champagne tonight.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That's it for this item in terms of council debate. So I'll move us. I could try a verbal vote first. All in favor, say yay.
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 Any opposed? Thanks so much, council clerks. Let's mark that as unanimous, and thank you so much for everybody for participating tonight. Council, we are on to our last item. There are two speakers to this item, so it could, depending on our activity, it could go pretty fast. It is 8:26, so I think I'm just going to move into it, and then if we need to take a break, if it does extend, I'll give folks a break. With that, then let's go for a number 6 CD1 rezoning on Pacific Street and 1390 Granville Street, the Granville Loops. If there's any conflict of interest, please declare it now, and we'll get the clerks to read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by the General Manager of Real Estate and Facilities Management to rezone 625 to 777 Pacific Street and 1390 Granville Street from Downtown District to Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of 4 sites that will be created by removing the 2 existing circular bridge ramps that connect Pacific Street to the Granville Bridge. Proposed uses include residential, strata-titled, secure market, and social housing, as well as a ground floor, commercial spaces, and a childcare facility. Building heights ranging from 83.7 meters and 121.4 meters, and a total floor area of 86,403 square meters are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing. 7 pieces of correspondence in support, 16 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 3 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thanks so much, clerks. Speakers 1-833-353-8610, code 1061445 #, and that's on Twitter and on the live stream and YouTube as well. We have Leif Kavissers here from the rezoning planner to present the application. And I think we should go ahead with the presentation because we have a couple of speakers. So let's move ahead with the presentation.
One second, Mayor and Council. I'm just getting my laptop ready.
Okay.
All right. Can you see my presentation?
Yep, you sure can.
Fantastic. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Leif Kavissers, rezoning planner for the rezoning application for this site, known as the Granville Loops. The city has owned the subject site since the 1940s, when the lands were assembled to facilitate the construction of the Granville Bridge. In terms of existing context, within the West Loop is an empty building formerly occupied by a taxi company until 2020. The former Old Continental Hotel was situated in the East Loop until it was demolished in 2015. This application is to redevelop the site, to remove the Granville Loops, and reconfigure the roads to permit 4 new development sites. There are a number of amenities in the area, including parks, childcare facilities, and transit. The application is to remove 2 circular bridge ramps and replace them with a new street network for the redevelopment of 4 sub-areas with 6 new buildings. The Old Continental Hotel, pictured here before its demolition, contained 106 single-room occupancy units. It occupied Site C until 2015, until the social housing units were moved to a former hotel on Kingsway. The residents of the Old Continental were relocated to the new Continental Hotel on Kingsway. This application is being considered under the Granville Loops Policy Plan, which provides a framework to guide development in the study area. The north half of the Granville Loops Policy Area, outlined here in blue, consists of 6 properties under private ownership. The north half has been redeveloped already and is not part of this rezoning application. The south half, outlined here in orange, comprises the rezoning area and contains 3 parcels. The plan expected the creation of 4 parcels following subdivision and road dedications. It also required that 50,000 square feet of social housing be provided on site. The revenues generated from the development of the remaining space are intended for 2 purposes: removal of the loops for construction of new streets and public realm and replacement of the former SRO units and social housing. Sub-areas A and D, as shown here, each contain 1 40-story tower with strata-titled residential units. Moving to the next slide, sub-area B contains 2 towers, one of 12 stories and one of 27 stories, each connected by a podium. The buildings propose a mix of strata and secured market rental, with commercial rental space at grade. Moving on to the next slide, sub-area C will be retained under city ownership to contain 12 and 27-story building with social housing, a childcare center, and at-grade commercial. The table on the left specifies the heights and floor area per the plan compared to the rezoning application. The plan anticipated tower heights ranging from 205 feet to 300 feet. The image on the right illustrates this distinction, with the heights per the plan in dark orange compared to the heights proposed in the rezoning application in light orange. The plan also establishes a total floor area. For the south loops, the achievable floor area for residential uses in 2010 assumed 100% strata development except for the 50,000 square feet of social housing to replace the former Old Continental Hotel and some commercial. The proposal preserves the plan's expected strata floor area. In addition, it adds another 116,000 square feet of floor area for social housing and 126,000 square feet of floor area for market rental housing. As such, all of the additional density being proposed above and beyond the Loops plan is in the form of secured rental or social housing, advancing the city's rental housing targets. Further, While the Loops plan did not require childcare on Sub-Area C, the current proposal offers funds and space for the future delivery of a 37-space childcare. The open house was held in June of 2021 and received 143 comments. Support included comments related to the inclusion of rental social housing, public space, and building height. Concerns were related to the building design, density, fit within the area, and construction noise. The building forms presented here is indicative massing, which will be shaped by urban design performance parameters outlined in the report. The forthcoming Granville Loops design guidelines in the appendix provide guidance for future development permit and DP applications to refine the architectural expression, materiality, floor plans, and landscape design of each parcel. The guidelines ensure that the south side of Pacific Street includes uses that address and activate the streets. In response to commentary from the Urban Design Panel, Condition 1.3 requires building reconfiguration to improve the public realm. This condition requires the addition of retail uses, consolidation of the public outdoor areas into one single plaza space, and enhancing the public realm along the street edge. The panel will further review each development permit application for each of the sub-areas. This table outlines the affordability levels that for the rental and below-market rental units. The below-market units in sub-area C would be capped at Hills maximums. The market rental units in sub-area C, as well as the units in market rental building in sub-area B, would offer average rents more affordable than the monthly cost of homeownership. The application will generate a cash CAC of $7.4 million for the future delivery of a childcare facility, as well as over $18 million in DCLs, $1.5 million for public art, $30 million for social housing, and $32 million for loops removal, and related infrastructure are also expected. The proposed uses meet the intent of the Granville Loops policy plan, with cash to fund a future 37-space childcare, social housing, and infrastructure improvements. Staff recommend that the application be approved per Appendix B. Staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your presentation. And wondering if the applicant is here. Oh, sorry, there is no applicant. So any questions from council to staff? Councillor, I'm sorry, I'm going to move us back to the regular queue. Councillor Weeb, I saw you're on the, go ahead, Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, my first one is, does this rezoning fall within the policy for sustainable development large policy, recognizing its significant square footage?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Weeb. The 4 development parcels could have been developed independently. Staff requested that the applicant team submit the application as one complete application. The purpose for this was to ensure that there would be continuity of design, to establish the design guidelines for the site area, and to ensure that all of the benefits we were seeking would be achieved. In this context, because the applications would have otherwise been received separately and not triggered the Sustainable Large Sites policy, it was not applied to the site. However, the applicant is meeting the social housing requirements established in the sites policy.
Is the applicant meeting the food assets and park provision in the rezoning policy for sustainable large developments?
The applicant is not providing food assets and it is not providing additional park space. However, it is providing a plaza.
Okay. In the sustainable development, it talks about working with the park board to develop a adequate park space to meet the building. Was any consultation done with the park board on this development?
Thank you for the question. Kirsten Baylor is here to speak to the parks issue.
Good evening, Kirsten Baylor from Community Planning. We did liaise with our colleagues in Park Board. At the Park Board, they're not here tonight. But the strategy for park space in the downtown south, which is indeed, of course, an area that, due to the large population, has some pressures on park space, is to increase park space wherever small opportunities arise. So just recently, we were able to complete a park at Smythe and Richards, just a couple of blocks north of this proposal. And also to upgrade and renew parks that are already existing in the area. And currently, we have the Yaletown Park that is upcoming in the next capital plan. as well as the Sunset Beach, which is part of the West End Master Plan. So relying on existing park space and increasing park space through small opportunities as they arise.
Okay. Recognizing that this involves land parcels, which is part of that sustainable large development bulletin, can you explain why this project does not fit in within that policy, recognizing it does talk about parcels, because it is lacking some of those amenities that we would normally ask for from a developer?
Thank you. In reviewing the applications, staff again applied the context of the applications otherwise being received separately. Further, the Grand Loops policy plan did not specify additional park space for this site when it laid out the context for the future development.
Okay, there's some comments from the public that have been sent to us talking about the limited affordable housing. Can you talk about how many, what's the percentage of units that will be geared to income of the total floor space of almost 1 million?
Thank you for that question. Under the Grand Loops policy plan, about 50,000 square feet of social housing was required. This application proposes significantly more floor space of social housing, 166,000 square feet of social housing. And my colleague Alex can speak to the breakdown within that of the affordable housing.
Hello, Alexander Drzowski, housing planner here. The estimated for the amount of square footage that will be targeted to below market rental will be 52,450 square feet. And that will work out to somewhere around 80 units of below market rental, as depending on the unit mix layout. And that is 31% of the social housing building and will be approximately 6% of the total proposed residential floor area for all four.
Okay. Recognizing we normally look for 20% on a large project, how come we're only getting 6% on city-owned land to be affordable?
The Granville Loops plan, the original plan, was not seeking a social housing aspect. The house social housing and the rental has been added for this proposal.
I guess my question is, recognizing this is city-owned land, this is a great opportunity to deliver affordable housing, and we ask more of developers. I'm still wondering why we can only deliver 6% affordable housing on city-owned property with no park space.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wiebe. Under the Grand Loops policy plan, the anticipated revenues from the site and the land lift were intended to cover the cost of the loops removal. In this context, because it is a city-owned site, staff were able to leverage the site, adding density to obtain $30 million for social housing, $32 million for the loops removal, which was the anticipated first benefit, as well as an additional $7.4 million in childcare funding. So we were able to leverage the site to generate more social housing than was envisioned in the Loops plan. However, there wasn't enough funding or land lift in the site to generate significantly more affordable housing than is proposed in this application.
Okay, and who did the CAC negotiations, recognizing that the developer is the
Sorry,
city?
Councillor Wiebe, you're well over time. I'm going to have to go to the next. Councillor Carr, you're up for 5 minutes. You're on mute, Councillor Carr.
Sorry about that. So I'm just going to carry on with a few questions around the park space and the green space. I noticed that in the proposal here in our document, it talks about green space at grade, and then the fact that it's being relocated to the rooftop. Now, green space at grade, I gather, would have public access. Would the green space on the rooftop have public access?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. My colleague Kevin Spans is here to speak to that question.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. Kevin Spans, Senior Development Planner for the Metro Core. The public, the open space that's being relocated to the rooftop is open space that was originally intended to be for on-site circulation and not necessarily green amenity space. And so staff reviewed this proposal. The proposal to locate amenity space at a rooftop in lieu of vehicular and pedestrian circulation through and between a couple of buildings. We reviewed it against the benefits of having a more present streetscape that would activate the pedestrian realm with either improved commercial space or activating uses at grade. So in terms of planning staff and urban design staff, we see this as being actually a benefit to the pedestrian realm. But in answer to your question, the rooftop amenity spaces would be amenities to either the residents of the building or employees that work within the building.
Got it. So yeah, that was just it got me on the wrong track thing when I read this on page 12, that green space. So I gather though that there's going to be public plaza space, and there's going to be the removal of a fair number of trees. Is there the intent to plant more than enough replacement of trees in the public plaza or around it?
So I can't speak to specifics about planting additional trees. We have expectations that'll be written that are in the the draft design guidelines, and also our own kind of urban design standards. I will say, just for the sake of clarity, we are conditioning a pretty high-performing pedestrian plaza be added to the site, at least from the planner side, or the planning side. I'd like to ask the applicant, however, to respond to specific questions about design responses at the public realm.
Yeah, I'd appreciate knowing that, and especially if there's going to be, and the intent is going to have restaurants around or cafes or things that people can, enjoy the public space.
Precisely, yeah, and that's definitely an objective of ours as well in urban design and planning. But once again, if REFM, Real Estate and Facilities Management, is on the line, the applicant, I'd like to ask that they provide a little bit more context to their approach to the design of the public realm.
It's Brian Sears here from Real Estate. So as part of this proposal, there's about a third of the existing site which is turned over for the new road system and all the public realm that comes with that. The public realm has street trees in all of the streets, and wherever possible along the bike paths as well. And the public plaza also will have any trees in it. It's all a kind of illustrative level at the moment because the exact designs of the buildings and the details will come at DP stage and be reviewed again at that time and need to meet the city's requirements.
Okay, happy to hear more trees are better. So everywhere they can be, that's great. One final question. It talks about the sustainability aspect of meeting green building standards. Will the building have cooling in all suites? Or the buildings, sorry.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Carr. As these sites will be developed in the future by potentially different developers, we don't have that information at this time. However, the applications, as they come forward separately at DP, will all be required to meet all city policy, including the Green Buildings Policy for rezonings, the Near Zero Emission buildings, and they will also be required to meet any additional policies we have in place at that time.
Oh, that's good, because I think the Climate Emergency Action Plan policies include cooling in buildings. So, great. Okay, that's for my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Mayor is probably on mute, but I take that as my cue to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Pry.
No problem. So I've got some questions about the social housing and how we're defining that. Am I correct in assuming that reading that this is 30% of that social housing will be low-end market and the other 70% of the social housing is market?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fry. We have Alex on the phone from our housing department.
Yes, that is correct. It will follow the social housing building will follow the standard definition for social housing. So 30% at below market rents and the remaining 70 at market rents.
So in this entire project, we're talking how many units of low end market then?
That depends on the layout. So it'll be somewhere between 70 and 90 from my, napkin calculation.
Okay.
But it will be 52,450 square feet.
Right, yeah, because I guess you haven't really determined the unit count, and you're just going on square footage. Okay, with the rest of the rental being market, which is delivering a significant amount of market rental, nonetheless, are we going to be, because this is ours, are we putting vacancy control on these? So will we be tying the units not to the tenancy, but to the in perpetuity at a kind of set rate?
The proposal is that it will be operated by a nonprofit under standard social housing definitions. So I suppose that would be something that would need to be discussed, but the answer for the proposal is no.
That could be a condition that
would not be proposed.
That's conceivably a condition that could be added at a future date, or would that be something that we'd to establish sooner?
So vacancy control with the city applies to SRA, so single resident accommodation, and then the MERP program, and those are the two programs that we have that have vacancy control.
So does our pro forma predicated by the fact that we would not have MERP style vacancy control?
No, MERP is not a proposal for this project.
Okay. Now we don't operate now. The New Continental, we operate as a city. We don't have a nonprofit. And note that we're hiring a nonprofit for the social housing component operator.
Yes, because the proposal is for social housing and not the SRA bylaw. And for the details of the SRA bylaw, the best person to answer that would probably be Celine Mobilis, who's on the line, if we want to have that conversation.
Yeah, no, I was really thinking about the operator for the social housing component. My understanding is that the New Continental, which was built a decade ago as a sort of replacement, is owned or is operated by the city, not a third-party nonprofit. Is that the case?
Celine Mobilis here, Managing Director, Housing and Homelessness Services. That's right. The New Continental is city operated, as well as the Kingsway Continental, which was purchased to relocate the tenants from the old Continental here before it was demolished. I think right now, I think the intent this would become a VAHF, come into the VAHF portfolio. And I think at that time, there would be a decision, but it would likely be through an RFP, a nonprofit operator would be selected for the building.
But it would have to, we couldn't determine that it would be a city operated rather than.
Potentially, yeah. I think those would be decisions that we would bring to you at a future date.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to jump off now, seeing others on the queue.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I'm looking at the overall public benefits slide here, and just to be clear, it indicates 32 million towards the Loops infrastructure. What does that represent? Is that going to mean that the Loops is fully funded and the work on adjacent streets, or do we have a gap or a shortfall?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kirby-Young. We have the applicant on the line to answer that question.
Jerry Evans, Director of Real Estate Services. The $32 million funding of the off-site public infrastructure is fully funded, and so that would occur prior to the redevelopment of the 4 parcels.
So guaranteed that will come down and we'll be able to do it. We're not anticipating with the timeline cost escalation. We're very solid on that.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so then I guess pursuing or following up on that question, then are we seeing such a significant amount of square footage overall devoted to strata because the city needed to finance the Loops removal? And otherwise we could have seen more affordability in the rental housing, or other tenure other than strata? Because it looks like the vast majority of this is that we are building the tallest towers with the views, and the maximum amount of square footage is going to be strata.
There is a significant contribution to that off-site public infrastructure for the removal of the loops and constructing that new building network. If the project didn't have to bear those costs, then certainly the ability to make a greater public benefits contribution would certainly be a possibility, depending on the built form. But that is a material factor in the overall public benefit offering that's being provided. Although it is still significant, as mentioned, the sub-area C would be a dedication of 166,000 square feet for social housing, and the secured market rental as well, and the cash contribution.
I'm going to keep going for time. I'm looking again, not at A and D in terms of the strata, but looking at the other buildings and following up on Councillor Weed's question with respect to park space. Instead of having the 4 additional buildings, did we consider having 4 buildings where 2 of them would be similar height to the strata and allowing for park space instead of a 27-story and a 12-story tower? We could do a 40, 2 40s, and we could actually have some green space for the community here.
Thank you for the questions, Councillor Kirby-Young. The applicant team is prepared to answer that question.
The sites, sorry, this is Brian Sears here, Associate Director of Real Estate, and the plan envisaged accommodating the base density, which is already allowed on the site, and then provided for 26,000 square feet of additional space to pay for the community center, for the social housing and the road works.
And I wonder if we can just get to the crux of the answer, just because I'm limited for time, because I understand the density, but could we not just have 2 taller buildings, 1 taller instead of, for example, 2 shorter ones? I'm just looking to get to the heart of that answer in the time I have.
Oh, sorry, on parcels B and C?
Yes.
Well, the guidelines for the area require that the height step down to form a valley. So actually, maybe planning should answer that better than me, but it is a requirement that we have a step down from the 44 towers to these lower towers on parcels B and C, and also accommodate even lower podium heights along Granville Street.
Okay, so it's the lower podium on Granville that's the specific component. Is there an opportunity? Was there any discussion about the plaza being green space as opposed to another more urbanized concrete style plaza?
Well, the ultimate design of the plaza still has to be, would come at the DP stage. So,
does council have the ability to provide? At what point could council give direction to consider an alternate to the plaza if we want a green space? Do we do that tonight, or could that happen outside of this process?
I'll pass you over to planning. Could probably answer that better than myself.
We're at 5 minutes. Do you have a quick answer?
So in order to make a specific change, it's Kevin Span, Senior Development Planner. In order to make a specific change to the provision of a public space or what that public space is intended to be, which right now isn't. It's kind of a nebulous idea that is intended to be guided by guidelines. We would need to have that referred back to staff to do further exploration.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple of clarifying questions. I think I heard staff say that, and it's in the report, that the social housing remains city-owned and we would select an operator for that. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the intention is for that site to remain city-owned. In the conditions, the requirement is that it be transferred to VAHAF's administration.
Okay, thank you. Would we consider, if we found a suitable operator, of turning over the property to the operator? Obviously through a transaction, but I'm just curious if that's something that would be contemplated.
Thank you for the question. Staff had not contemplated that, so I do not believe so, no.
Okay. I'm curious as well if you could just expand on noting the childcare inclusion here, whether there was an opportunity to increase the childcare in terms of community benefit.
Thank you for the question. The Grand Blues policy plan contemplated potentially having childcare on site, but did not require it in order to require funds. The applicant is proposing to provide an additional $7.4 million for the childcare, and staff worked with the applicant team and the architects over the last 2 years, I suppose, to try to find and carve out a space that would be adequate for this 37-space childcare. In order to provide the adequate daylighting and outdoor space, we had to carve the building on site quite creatively to create the space that would accommodate this childcare. Accommodating a larger childcare on the site was not achievable. And perhaps to speak to this further, my colleague Yvonne is on the line from the housing team.
Thank you.
Yvonne He, social policy. Sorry, a little late. Yes, in addition to what Leifka has said, the on-site demand generated by this project is for approximately 28 to 32 spaces. So 37 spaces seems appropriate for the site.
Okay, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks very much. Just before I get to my own questions, I wanted to move a second round because I understand there are some councillors that used up their time and might want to ask more questions, Mayor.
Do you have a second for that?
Second.
Thanks. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Any opposed? Fine, you have the second round. Please continue, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I'm just hoping that staff can explain to me. I've read the referral report. I've seen the presentation. I've heard your answers to other councillors. How is this different? How is this specific, I suppose, plan for the 4 buildings different than it was for 601 Beach Crescent? Can you please explain that to me?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dejanova. 601 Beach Crescent was was identified as a social housing site under the existing ODP, or DODP. At that time, the site was sold to a private developer with the intention of the developer providing the social housing that was required on site, as well as some additional strata was provided above. In this case, this is quite a different project. The rezoning is occurring in advance of disposition of any of the sites. So it's a very different model. And perhaps to speak to this further is the real estate team.
Yes, just to add to those comments, Jerry Evans, Director of Real Estate Services, it is a different model. We would be reporting back to council in its landowner capacity at a future date if council approves the application, the rezoning application, and that would be to seek authority to do a phased redevelopment of the site. So that's a very different model to 601 Beach.
Okay, but my follow-up question to that is we're not sure what we're going to get. We have some ideas right now, but we'd be looking at each of these projects individually after we approve this rezoning, which I understand would deal with the Granville loops and allow each of those individual rezonings to move forward. Is that correct?
Yes. That's correct, yes.
So we're not quite sure what we're going to get, and we have to reserve our consideration for each of those projects separately. Is that correct?
They would come as a recommendation to council in its landowner capacity. Would be a phased form of development because there are 4 separate parcels, whereas 601 Beach was a single parcel.
That's what I'm saying. There'd be 4 separate rezoning applications that would come forward in 4 separate public hearing items. Is that correct?
No, they once the rezoning today is approved, assuming that it is.
It is approved.
At that point in time, those sites have their rezoning, so it would be a case of council approving the development strategy for those sites, and they would just come under a development permit application at that point in time.
Okay, so council would have no say after on the actual rezonings, which could determine, I'm understanding, whether or not this is strata condo, rental housing, what the ultimate unit mix looks like. Is that correct? That would go to development permit board instead of council?
Well, council will, as the landowner, can choose to decide how it wishes to redevelop those sites, but obviously within the context of the zoning approval.
So today, if we move forward, there's no clear path to public hearings for each of these separate approvals. It would go to development permit board. Is that what I'm understanding?
It's a development permit process, which planning might be able to describe slightly.
It would not come to a council decision. Is that correct?
There is no public hearing at that point. That's right. It would be there would be a landowner decision, but there would not be a decision of council as a regulator.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering my questions. I may come on for more, but that's all for now. Thank you.
Councillor Weeb, you'd be on for second round, so let's go for Councillor Swanson for first round. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so there's 4 sites here, and the money that we get for the CACs is 7.4 for childcare and 18.7 for DCLs, etc. Is that based on the city selling the rezoned property at X amount and then requiring the applicant to give us those CACs?
Thank you for the question. In this case, unlike most rezoning applications where the city negotiates for 75% of the land lift, in this case, the calculations were completed and 100% of the land lift was allocated to the benefits that are proposed today.
So is the city going to continue to own all of the parcels or just one?
Thank you for the question. That is best answered by the applicant team.
That would be a future decision of council in its landowner capacity. The decision whether to sell, to do a long-term lease, to do some other form of tenure is entirely the future decision of council in its landowner capacity.
So is staff anticipating that the city will develop these sites where X amount of strata, X amount of rental, et cetera, et cetera?
Typically, our process is not to involve ourselves directly in development of, for example, market housing. We certainly get involved in the development of social housing.
So would the city plan to sell this land to a developer rezoned already?
That would be a future decision of council. That is certainly one scenario that they could look at in terms of a future decision.
So some of the social housing is supposed to be replacement for the Continental, right?
That's correct, the 106 units.
So, but we're saying that there's only 80 units and they're going to be at Hills when the Continental was at shelter rate, and it's 106 units. So are we getting enough social housing there, and is the rent too high?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Swanson. The previous residents of the old Continental were moved to the new Continental Hotel. Further to that, in addition to the 50,000 square feet envisioned under the plan, we're obtaining significantly more than was envisioned under the plan to be provided on this site.
It's Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. And if I could just add, I think one of the key challenge will be to look at the future of those sites and really partner with senior government to ensure that we can deepen the level of affordability in those projects. Definitely. But I think in terms of the square footage, if you replace those units with self-contained social housing, I think the square footage is there. It's the level of affordability that will be challenging.
And the number of units will be down because they'll be 2 or 3 times as big, right?
That's correct, but they would be self-contained.
Okay. So maybe I'll just ask Weeb's question. Who did the CAC negotiation if the applicant is the city?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Swanson. The applicant team provided a pro forma and QS analysis, as is traditional for all CAC negotiations. In this case, in most cases, REFM would negotiate for 75% of the land lift to be allocated towards CACs or in-kind contributions. In this case, staff worked with the applicant team to ensure that 100% of the land lift, instead of 75% of the land lift, was allocated to CACs and in-kind contributions. So it was a combination of the applicant team providing the regular documents that would be provided for a CAC analysis, and the staff team in this case worked with them to ensure that 100% of the land lift was allocated.
And so is this, I still can't grasp who's going to own this land. Does this mean that the city has to keep owning it in order to get the 100% of CACs to public benefits?
Thank you for the question. The intention is for the city to own the land through the rezoning process, so the public hearing tonight. And real estate can speak to the intent of the future ownership of the lands.
We are closing in on 5 minutes here for this answer, so I'm going to move to the second round, Councillor Swanson, and I'll move you to get the conclusion of this answer on the queue. We'll go to Councillor Weeb, though, for a second round.
Yeah, I might follow up on Swanson's. If there's a covenant on title to replace the 50,000 square feet, would that not be part of the sale price if we were to sell all these properties?
Thank you for the question. There isn't a covenant on title. There's a recommendation in the Granville Loops policy plan. There were ITOs listed in 2014 and 2018, which were unsuccessful, and perhaps real estate could speak to why in this case they are pursuing this method.
Jerry Evans, Director of Real Estate Services. So the commitment to provide the replacement housing for the old Continental is met through sub-area C, which will be a social housing site. So that will certainly remain in city ownership and would be held in the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund. Any future decision of council regarding parcels A, B, and D would not, that social housing requirement is satisfied in sub-area C. So there are no covenants encumbering those other sites in terms of council's future decision as landowner.
Okay, and was there any attempt to, as the proponent, try to match the affordability that was on site prior?
The requirements, that may be a housing question, but the requirement to replace the social housing has been met. So the level of affordability in those replacement units is a subject of the essentially the operator in the housing agreement.
Okay, for A, B, and D, recognizing we're seeing a lot of the First Nation developers hold on to their land and do leasehold, and we've seen other cities around the world try to have as much housing in public hands. Has there been conversations on doing leasehold properties for A, B, and D? And what have the conversations been with the province and feds, recognizing that they've got interest in making sure we provide more affordable housing?
Well, I can answer the first half of that question, and in terms of leasehold, that is certainly one of the options that council could consider as landowner, retaining ownership, entering into long-term strata leasehold. That is certainly an option that can be considered.
Okay, but is that considered at today, or is that considered at future if this passes?
That would be a future decision of council in its landowner capacity.
Was the pro forma calculated on selling the properties, or if we did leasehold, we would not have enough money to do the viaduct removal or the loop removal?
Leasehold is certainly a possibility in terms of a landowner decision of council. The a long-term strata leasehold does generate significant value, and that supports the public benefits offering that's being made today in this application.
Okay, and obviously we've seen the province and federal government come forward wanting to support affordable housing. Can we speak to what conversations have had to not sell off city-owned land, but get provincial and federal support to deliver affordable housing on these sites? As well as any conversations we've had with First Nations.
I'm hoping that we have somebody from housing on the court at the meeting that can answer that question.
Jerry, it's Paul Mocher here, City Manager. What I can say to that, Councillor, it's a great question, is pending, we're still too early in the process to have a specific discussion with the feds or the province regarding this opportunity. I think once we move forward in the development process, we absolutely would enter into those discussions about their interest in potentially contributing to affordability on the site for sure. We're just not there yet.
Okay. Thanks. So my questions.
Councillor Kirby-Young, you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I want to follow up on the theme and just to be explicitly clear then, so forgive me just to walk through this. I'm looking at the public benefit slide again, and so I just want to reflect back on very simple, quick answers would be appreciated. If, in layman's terms, if the land is not sold and it's leasehold, or if the city desires to hold it, to work with a nonprofit partner, to work with a government partner to invest, or council decides they don't want to sell city-owned land, does this change significantly the anticipated public benefits and the ability to deliver on things like the infrastructure or the social housing?
Short answer is yes.
So
it would have an impact depending on, for example, if there was a deep level of affordability, there would not be the value in the developable density.
So is it fair to say, reflecting back, so I'm just trying to make sure this is very clear, is the model as this is concepted and positioned in this rezoning application is essentially, just to be clear, predicated on selling the land and those buildings being strata owned? Right?
No, that's no? I wouldn't say that's correct. Selling the land is certainly a possibility for council in its landowner capacity, and that would generate the most value. But there's certainly the option to consider strata leasehold. If you chose to do more affordable housing there, you are not creating the value that can achieve that public infrastructure contribution.
Right, I understand that, but on the strata leasehold piece, and specifically, that could, not as significantly, but that could alter the public benefit strategy still, correct?
It's long-term strata leasehold, for example, 99-year leasehold is quite similar to fee simple value, so there may not be a significant impact.
So if, and let me ask the question explicitly, if council approves this rezoning tonight, just for to be absolutely crystal clear, this does not presuppose or fetter whether or not the city maintains owning the land. So if I, for example, do not believe in selling city land, there's not creating any expectation or precedent that would be sold?
No, it's not creating that precedent.
If council were to refuse this application, what would staff do then? What would they do now?
Council, what we would do in that case is come back to you in camera in your landowner capacity to talk about what the options are for this site. I would caution council that there's significant blurring happening here between your role as the landowner and your role as the regulator. In this case, you're considering this application as a regulator. What the city does in its role as a landowner is not material. So I think those are all very legitimate questions for council, and they're questions that staff can answer to council. And we've briefed council in camera on this matter before. But these are, I would advise council to consider this in the scope of your role and obligations here as the regulator.
Okay. Okay. As you can tell, frustrated with this process. I'm gonna leave it there for now and take some time. Thanks.
Mayor, I think you're muted.
Me, sorry. Jeez, I'm on a bad run here. Councillor Swanson.
Is there any way for us to get more affordability on A, B, and D?
Staff.
I can start with that, Councillor Balmokri here. I think again, there is, if this is moving forward, this project moves forward, and there is an opportunity here for the development of social housing, that is a proposal that we can take to the provincial and federal governments to seek more investment in the affordability. So I think that would be the path here. As you've heard, right now, the proposal as contemplated allocates 100% of the land left. So there isn't any additional money generated in this application to pay for more affordability as it stands.
So, but this application is talking about mostly strata on A, B, and D. So if we go for this rezoning tonight, does that eliminate the chances of going to the province to get some more affordability because we will be approving the strata?
Well, I would defer to Jerry that there's a significant market rental component here as well. But again, I think the fundamental challenge with this application is the significant cost associated with the infrastructure. And that infrastructure is required in order to build into terms of building out this property. So I think that's the real challenge with this site, and does constrain what monies are available generated off of land lift to pay for affordability from the city's perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That's it for questions from council to staff. And so we're going to move to the speakers list. We have speaker number 1 is Cody Bagnall. Speaker number 1, Cody Bagnall. Clerks.
Cody, your line is unmuted. You may proceed.
Cody Bagnall, speaker number 1.
The speaker is connected, Mayor Stewart. It must be a muting or unmuting issue on their part.
Okay, let's move to speaker number 2 then, Alistair Kent. Speaker number 2, Alistair Kent.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Sure can, up to 5 minutes, please.
Good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Alistair Kent, and I live adjacent to the corner of Drake and Seymour, so this is my neighbourhood. I do oppose this scheme. It contrasts starkly with the last EFL application, which we heard earlier this evening, which seems way more balanced and spreads the load across a wider area. With the greatest of respect, after my past experiences with hearing processes, I hesitated to bother to attend this evening. However, I was encouraged to add my voice when I read the online comments, the numerous ones well articulated of others. I can't say it better than them, except to add my opinion that this area generally has been the subject to rampant development since I moved here 10 years ago. Every day, the dust that accumulates on my balcony amazes me, and the disruption of Drake Street the last few years in particular has really been annoying. Regarding open house opinions, I note that 85 opposed versus 33 in support, similar to the proportion opposing with their comments for this hearing. We residents are tired of this endless disruption coupled with the shambles that remains along adjacent blocks of Granville Street, which are an eyesore and an embarrassment for which little seems to be being done. A city commentator recently expressed frustration at the lack of an integrated city plan. It seems that every time a piece of land comes up for development, you need to pass a rezoning amendment. Surely this says you don't have a rational system or plan. The result is piecemeal development. We've just heard that this will be a four-piece, uncoordinated development, another hodgepodge. The plan seems flakily conceived, and it's quite unclear how it would all go through. I agree with Ms. Kirby-Young's frustration. And please tell me how an 80-foot separation against a 400-foot tower makes any sense, because that seems to be the only constraint on unlimited high-rise development in this city. Do we really want this to become New York? City planning seems to lack any kind of empathy for us current residents. The development report admits that schools here are overloaded, and there's no mention of a plan to fix this important issue, just that the city coordinates with the school board. It appears to be another example of poor integration and no plan. Please tell me why the city here needs more high-rises. We've got enough. Please go elsewhere and spread the load. For goodness sake, do something about Granville. Stuffing these buildings hard in against the bridge seems so inappropriate, as is the existing Western University. For such a jewel of a city, the lack of a solid overall downtown plan is so disappointing. But one bright spot is the Broadway corridor and environs redevelopment plan. That appears to steer rampant development away from our overexposed downtown to underdeveloped low-density lots. The rest of our city needs to absorb some of the inevitable population increase, not us. As for the loop removal, I fail to see how adding to the already congested city streets such as Drake is going to help. Certainly, spending $32 million, which you don't have, to take it out seems asinine. If you have to develop, go for something smaller, lower, and as green as possible. Please don't exchange asphalt for concrete. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thanks very much for calling in tonight. You do have questions. Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. I appreciate you calling in and your presentation and your comments. I'm wondering if you could comment on how you feel about after this evening, after council makes this decision, when it actually comes to the specifics of the housing, that this would go before the development permit board, is my understanding from staff answering my questions, and it wouldn't come forward in separate rezonings to city council. Does that concern you, that city council would be making all of our decisions tonight, considering there's a number of unknowns that are left?
Absolutely it does, and it fits with my comments about a lack of coordination. We really don't know what is coming.
Okay, so you'd like to see council making decisions on each building that comes forward in the future?
I would like some clarity in the context of a plan for the whole region, not just this one little parcel of land, which is the typical modus operandi of council at the moment.
But even with this one parcel of land, what I'm hearing from staff is that council won't be making decisions on each application coming forward, that instead it would go to the development permit board. Does that concern you? I appreciate what your other concerns. I'm just asking about that right now, if that's okay.
I think I've responded.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Appreciate you calling in tonight. Thanks so much. Council, I am going to go back to Cody Bagnall, speaker number 1, Cody Bagnall.
Cody, your line has been unmuted. Please proceed.
Clerks, let's consider that the first call for speakers then, and I'm going to make my second call for speakers, and then hopefully through the break we can get Cody Bagnall online if he's there. The number to call here is 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445 #, 1-833-353-8610, code 106-445 #. Second call for speakers, clerks, anybody in the council chambers or on the line?
No.
Okay, thanks, Council. We are at 9:28, and so we are going to take a 5-minute break and come back at 9:32 to at least close the speakers list and we'll maybe conclude debate decision. Okay, thank you. We'll see you in 9:34. called in or in the chambers to speak to this item?
There's no one in the chamber. And I'm just checking. The speaker number 1 is still on the line to speak to this item. If we could try again.
Okay, sure. Try one more time.
3 Howe Street.
Hi there. Sorry, I didn't catch the first. Are you? Is this Cody Bagnall?
It is, yeah.
Great. Okay, please go ahead. We had some trouble connecting. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. I'm a resident, 1383 Howe, and it's a little concerning. I feel like I'd be happy to speak to everyone about the proposal there and removal of the loops, because I think it's I really oppose the idea. I just feel that the traffic alone of removing these loops, it will be a very detrimental application on account of all of the traffic that has to be forced to go into the city. And, I just feel like as a citizen of the city, I needed to voice my opinion, and a lot of you are going to bat for some of us, and I'm just curious on the process of all of this, and thought I'd like to get involved, and hope to hear some information the future of Vancouver and what goes on and how decisions are made. And I don't know how my voice impacts decisions, but thought I'd put it out there. So
Thank you so much for participating tonight. I don't see any questions for you, but thanks again for calling in and being patient with our technology. Clerks, is there anybody else on the line?
No one in the chamber, and no one on the line.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So with that, then we'll close the speakers list and close the receipt of public comments. I'm just going to ask the staff if you have any closing comments.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Teresa O'Donnell, Director of Planning. I do have a couple of very brief closing comments. We did hear a number of questions tonight. Remember, the item before the council tonight is the rezoning, the height and the density, the floor plates. A number of questions tonight put to the applicant about the disposition of the property in the future, whether it's sold or long-term lease, the operator, the selection of the operator, the public benefits, the depth of affordability. Those are all questions that will be addressed by the council in the future when those lease negotiations or sale negotiations come before the council. Those are all council decisions that will be made in the future if the council approves a rezoning tonight. Now, the benefit of approving the rezoning tonight does allow the real estate department to go forward with some certainty about the entitlements so that they can probably attract a better party, a party that's interested in acquiring the property, whether that's through a direct sale or whether it's through a lease arrangement. But a lot of those questions will be landowner questions that can be addressed either in council in camera or in the lease negotiations when and if the property does move forward. Those are all our comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. So that would be for the applicant. I guess we're treating the, yeah, we don't have an applicant here. So we have questions though. Council, I'll remind you that we're at 9:41 and I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson first, up to 5 minutes for questions to staff.
What would happen if we just left the loops like they are?
Over to staff, what would happen if we just left the loops there?
Thank you for the question. We have Raghav on the line from our engineering department to speak to that question.
And thanks for the question. And I think the loop
from the Agro Assistant Branch Manager.
All right, I had a little trouble hearing you. If you could get a little closer to your microphone, that would be great.
Is this better, Mayor?
Yep, I think that sounds better.
Thank you. So I'm Raghav Grover, Assistant Branch Manager from the Engineering Department. So the loop, as the current footprint of the loop, does interfere with the land development potential of this of the development site as it's proposed. So the loop were to remain, my understanding is that the development potential would be very limited for the site.
Okay, so is the plan here to basically increase the density so we can get a good price to sell or lease the land?
Councillor Paul Mocher here. Again, that's a landowner question, Councillor. I think what you're being presented with here is an application for a rezoning that provides for an increase in density for the site along with a public benefit package. How the public benefits are delivered, who delivers them, whether it's the city or a subsequent party that takes on the property through a sale or a lease, those, to be honest, those are not material in my submission to your decision here this evening. The public benefits are as they have been put forward in this application. So I think that's the question before you, councillors, is whether the additional density that's being proposed for this site and the compliance with the existing Granville Loops policy and the public benefits there, whether that's an acceptable basis to move forward with. So is this application overall acceptable to council? How those benefits get delivered, who delivers them, is a subsequent question. Council will be involved in all of those decisions, but not here in this capacity as a regulator. That would be you as owner and custodian of the land.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Carr?
Okay, first of all, staff, we have made a decision as council to, through the Granville Loops policy, to remove the loops and to reconfigure Granville Bridge access and Granville Street access into downtown, which also facilitates walking and cycling, active transportation on the bridge. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. To remove the loops, we need to find money to do it. If we don't develop the buildings that are there with strata, what are the other alternatives council has to gain the money needed to remove the loops and deliver on the Granville Loops plan?
Those and Grace is on the line with us today, Councillor Carr. But that money would have to be found through the regular CIP process.
Oh, like a capital planning process.
The capital plan process, yes.
Right, taxation, whatever. Like we'd have to find it in other ways.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. The development of the proposal regarding strata development is in order. I'm questioning this, but I just want an answer on yes or no, basically, is needed in order to generate the revenue that is needed to remove the loops. It has to be strata, it can't be social housing. I think you kind of answered this to Councillor Swanson, but I just want verification.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Have staff maximize what they feel they could develop on the site in terms of, does council have an obligation to replace the social housing in the building that was removed, and thus the one building that is social housing is an obligation to deliver on that social housing? Otherwise, we'd have to find some other way to deliver on it. Is that correct?
Yes, 50,000 square feet on this property.
Got it. Okay. Just thinking anything else there. Nope, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. Up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead for questions.
Sorry, I'm just happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, thanks. We have a seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Great. We're on the main queue now.
I'll go on. I appreciate the work that staff have done on this, and I appreciate the extensive reports and how long we've been speaking about this as council and understanding what the rezoning and what our decision to consider tonight is. And I want to be very clear on that. I'm not going to be supporting this. Although I do appreciate staff's work and I would like to see in the future what could be achieved on this land. It makes me very nervous considering what we've heard in the past as a council. I mean, we just literally, council, apologize, many of us, to those living in the East Fraser lands for not delivering their amenities in a timely manner. We're hearing that, you know, some of these amenities, if they even can be delivered, such as green space and park space, we're hearing that in this highly dense area, that, you know, existing space, which is already so scarce downtown, will already have to be used. I'm also very concerned, extremely concerned, with the fact that right now, the decision that we would be making, although I understand that, hearing from staff in their closing comments, that council may have other decisions to make. Those may be in-camera decisions, which we all know we are bound by the charter and our fiduciary responsibility and the oath that we signed of office not to speak with the public about that. And I think that this needs to be open. It needs to be transparent. I remember the outrage that we heard on 601 Beach when the city sold that land for $20 million. And there was concern that that land being city land, that's not necessarily our land. That's not land that I consider that to be every single person in the city's land. That being something that was a decision of council and move forward. At the end of the day, council, that turned out to be strata condo. And that is why I voted against it. Here we're hearing that there's some opportunities, there are some possibilities, but I also don't think it's fair to put this on the development permit board. And I don't think that it would be upholding my duties as an elected official in Vancouver. I don't think that it would be transparent to just say, sure, let's move forward, and I'm washing my hands of this. Let's let staff deal with this in the future. So I want to be really clear, you know, the comments that I heard from speakers tonight, I've heard them from others. We've heard them in correspondence. I've heard them before referral about the concerns with traffic and congestion with the traffic plan for this area, considering we're not sure what currently is going there. We have a template and an idea, but what's going to be finalized is out of our hands after we make this decision. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this, but I do appreciate the work and the effort that our staff will put into this. I appreciate the thoughtfulness, and I'm hoping that we can move forward in a way that we would see more, parks and amenity space delivered, because especially in downtown, which is one of the most dense neighborhoods where there's the least amount of green space. I remember being on the park board, when we considered the, park at Smythe and Richards. And that was many years ago, council. So we're looking at over a decade now. So, to other councillors' points about will this generation even see these amenities, I'm extremely concerned about that. Will we even know what the unit mix looks like, what the affordability looks like? Is this going to be rental? Is this going to be strata? There are too many unknowns, and that's the reason that I won't be able to support this tonight. But had the structure been different, perhaps I could have supported it and moved forward looking at each building individually. But we're just under this construct not offered that ability, but I do believe that that's the most open and transparent way to do this. So at this point in time, I won't be supporting it, and I'll reserve any other comments I have for later as I move the motion. And I know I can speak again. Thank you.
I'm not going to ask for extension at this point. Well, I will now. So,
sure.
Can I have a motion
to complete this item?
Okay, thanks. I have a seconder for that.
Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. I hear no nays, so go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Great. Okay, well, I know that there's a lot of comments being made by councillors about wanting to increase affordability in these buildings, wanting to increase park space as a public amenity, and I completely concur that we need greater affordability in our city, and we need more park space. But we are in a situation in this particular project where we don't have any space to develop buildings because we have loops there, we have bridge decks that unless we remove them, there is a potential in the land underneath them to develop the buildings for social housing, childcare, any use a park space, any use that we might imagine. So there was a Granville Loops policy. It is linked to a policy that we as council, or that council has passed, to create a much more pedestrian and cycling friendly bridge from the south side of Falls Creek to the north side into downtown in a throughway, and really enhance and rebuild Granville Street itself. To do that requires removing the loops. Removing the loops, which will also not only deliver on the Granville Bridge plan, but on the use of the city land underneath them for other purposes, whether it be housing or parks or whatever. So in my mind, we need to remove the loops. We've committed to that. The cost of the removal of the loops, you have to decide, council. The cost is either do we increase the taxes for the citizens of Vancouver, the capital budget to do it, or do we do it by building some buildings or thinking about building some buildings that would be strata that could generate the revenue to do it. There's always a push and shove around what public benefits we want to achieve with development that does deliver CACs. And I know we all want more parks, and we all want, a lot of things within the city, and we don't have enough CACs. So the buildings that are going to produce that are what is part of our decision, i.e. the CACs, is part of what our decision is tonight. Some of that money, as I say, has to go to the removal of the loops in order to achieve these benefits. I believe that we're getting, the other obligation we have as a council is to replace the social housing that was removed in this area. If we don't put that building there, we have to find some other place, some other way in which we won't have the land because the Granville Loops would still be there. We would have to find some other land. We would have to find the other money to put the social housing in place to replace the social housing that was destroyed. So I think that this plan, it may not be perfect in your minds, but I think this is a very logical plan to follow through on what we have already decided as council as priorities around the Granville Bridge, the replacement of the social housing, and the development of some additional more affordable housing, as well as childcare. On the issue of parks, I'm very familiar with the area. Our daughter lived within half a block of the loops. My husband picked up our grandchild, who was 1 year old at the time, 5 days a week for 3.5 hours, and took him to the parks that line Falls Creek. That particular, and it's not a far walk. It's an incredibly, wonderfully park-rich area along the waterfront there. I am very supportive of the public plaza because I think outdoor areas where people can congregate is a really important part of downtown, and I really hope there would be a lot of restaurants that would get in and that could use the public open space. So it may not be perfect, but I think it's logical and it follows through on the commitments and policies that we have developed as a council. That's why I'm supporting.
Thanks. Councillor Weave, up to 5.
Yeah, my first is a point of information through you to staff.
Okay.
And it is to the response from the Director of Planning that said that if we pass this today, it would allow REFM to go into negotiations to sell off city-owned land. Can you talk about how the decision today allows for that, recognizing that we were told that tenure is not something that we're discussing today?
And I'll just, before I ask staff to respond, I'll just, we have closed the receipt of public comments, so we're not supposed to be receiving any new information at this point. So if there's some clarification that's related to what we've heard, that's what I'd be, and if we can talk about that, so I'll turn it back to staff.
Thank you, this is information that's contained in your report. We wouldn't necessarily, and perhaps I spoke too quickly, Councillor Weep, apologize for that. not necessarily they would sell, but they would dispose of the property, whether through sale or through a long-term lease. But as the property owner, the council would be in control of that decision.
Okay, I'll follow up with questions. I am very concerned that with city-owned property, we're only able to get 6% affordable housing. We've actually reduced the amount of units from 106 down to maybe 70, and they will be at a significantly less affordable than they were prior. I think there's also an ability here to be very creative. We've seen amazing project at Second and Main, city-owned property, to do housing for artists, for BIPOC creation space, for production space. We've looked at different models for affordable housing. So to me, this is an excellent site to use city-owned land to look at creative solutions to deal with our climate affordability and equity crisis here in Vancouver. So yeah, I'll listen to other councillors, but I was hoping that on city-owned property, we could find some creative solutions that we could try to alleviate some of the policies of council.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 for debate.
Yeah, there's a lot of things about this application that concern me tonight. And I start from this point, which is that if the removal of the loops is predicated on opening up city land, which is not just city land and real estate, it's prime real estate in a landlocked constrained peninsula, and it's predicated on opening up that asset, then to me that should be for the benefit of utilizing that asset for the greatest opportunities around affordable and innovative housing. And yet, notionally, what we see in the rezoning, staying within the lines here, with respects to density, is delivery of the vast majority as strata. And we know, with the affordability challenges that we have in the city, that more strata condo is not what we need. In fact, we're seeing quite a few of those projects coming forth within the West End plan to deliver that. There was a comment made that it's not perfect. I actually think it's really far from perfect. To me, this decision is fundamentally around the notion of city land and how we should use that precious resource, which is very difficult to achieve based on land costs today to acquire new land, especially in a significant location like this, for the greater good. And I think that, and I'm delineating between that and the Granville Loops coming down. I do think that there are other developments, there's a number of them coming to council in the pipe, whether it's the Robson corridor within the West End corridors, where potentially that's a choice for council around CACs and how they're allocated, which could be allocated differently from other projects to fund the loops removal. I don't see those things as mutually exclusive. And with respect to the consideration around the obligation for replacement of the social housing units, it's not as if this council has grabbed all of the units that we could have, because we had, on the Kettle site, we had 50 units in the bank with the money from BC Housing, and we turned it down. This council turned that down. So I look at the sort of in the totality, and I come back again to, if where the premise and the purpose is to open up the city land for the greater good, I don't think the greater good is delivering 3/4 of strata housing. I don't see in the concept as it is outlined for the purpose of rezoning, innovation with respects to serving specific populations, lit work studios, affordable home ownership, preponderance of rental, notionally retention of the city-owned land, innovative work with nonprofit providers, delivering a especially green or sustainable development, opening up more public space. So, we talked for a lot during the Broadway plan about having to rely on things, POPs, privately owned public spaces, opening up rooftops so that they can be public versus private, and you start to elevate that access to public space so it's not all necessarily at grade on public plazas. I don't see that notionally contained here, and I don't think by approving this tonight that we're going to suddenly see a much more creative or alternative or kind of innovative use that pushes beyond the traditional boundaries of this sort of taller strata buildings, lower rise, sort of mostly market rental, and a small amount of social housing because we have to replace it. I don't think that innovation, imagination is going to come by approving this. I think it's going to come if there's a pressure point and council doesn't, to be frank. And I, again, I know I'm emphasizing this point, but it's really salient for me is that this is a pretty significant amount of land. We're opening it up. I don't think that we're getting significant public benefit out of doing that. Specifically with respect to the land and the housing. Again, I'm delineating the loops, but I think the loops has the potential to be achieved in other ways. And I don't think that justifies where I think this is heading in terms of land use or land ownership. So I'm inclined not to support at this point unless I hear something compelling from other councillors. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for debate. So I'm going to call the vote on this item. Get the clerks to trigger that. Just remind everybody that your video has to be on to be included in this vote. I think everybody's videos are on. That's good. Okay. Okay, that has passed with councillors Kirby Young, Swanson, and Dejanova in opposition. Thanks so much, council. That is those are the items for tonight. So just need a motion to adjourn, please.
Councillor Boyle.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks so much. We have adjourned. Thanks to all the speakers, the staff for all their work, for the clerks, and council, thanks for your work tonight. And we'll see you all shortly, I'm sure. Thanks again.
Thanks, Kath. Good, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.